Good morning. Wishing you.
Hello, mic testing. Hello, mic testing. To record. Start பண்ணலாமான்னு யோசிக்கிறீங்க. யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ணலாமான்னு வேற தெரியல. அவனுக்கு பெரிய டெக்னிக்ஸ் குருவை பயன்படுத்திட்டு போனாரு ஆல்ஃபிரட். அவங்க அவர் பண்ணுங்கன்னு சொன்னாரு. என்ன பண்றாருன்னு தெரியல. ஸ்ட்ரீம் பண்ண சொன்னாரு ஓபிஎஸ்ல. ஓகேங்க. ஹலோ.
Hello.
Hi, good morning. Good.
Good. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, I hear you.
I'm having troubles. One moment, please. Because I can't. If you guys can hear me, I can't hear you guys.
Okay. We can hear you.
Hi. He's trying to reconnect to the session.
Okay.
Hi. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I think he's having some connectivity issues and he'll reach soon. Yeah, sorry for that. Um,
That's okay. You want to keep waiting, or should we? Do you want to start?
yeah, we can start. So he'll be joining in any minute soon. First of all, I'm really happy to join this session and I'm feeling honored because I'm with the session with the founder itself. Thank you for having us.
Well, I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
The first 2 days of training is going over the management screens. Um, if you have any questions as we go along, please do interrupt me
Sure.
so you can ask those questions. Um, we're not going to be covering everything because Vichidal has over 3,000 settings. We're going to cover a lot of. Oh, is he coming on?
He joined.
We're going to cover a lot of the things that the most people use, and we will. Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly fine. I am so sorry about it. It was a
No
bit of a
problem.
hiccup. Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay, I hadn't gotten very far.
Okay. Right.
Uh, the first 2 days of training is just the administration web screens, really, and going over the administration web screens and the agent screens and how the features go together in Vici the third day is the admin day, and that's me and Mike and James, and we're going to go over back end stuff, installation, troubleshooting, the WebRTC phone, other applications that go together with the back end, like OpenSIPs and Homer and SmokePing and Isinga and all these other utilities that we use to help us manage hundreds of Vici servers. Um, so that's on day 3. That's more in depth. That's not really going over the web screens much. It's more going over the infrastructure, how to do a cluster install. James is going to do a cluster install uh, while you watch, and go over hardware recommendations and different settings and things like that. So that's all day 3. So there are a lot of things that we will touch on in days 1 and 2 that I will say we would cover this in more detail on day 3 because it's back end stuff. It's not really to do with the web screens. Um, so with that all out of the way, are there any specific items you want to make sure that we cover in the 3 days of training?
I think we could try and cover most of what's in the curriculum, or almost all of it. Because if we were to tell you we are completely fresh and new to Wichita, yes, we do deploy contact centers to our company, but as for myself, I am completely new to learning Wichita. I am mostly on the support side of things, but yes, um, most of it or all of it would be nice.
Okay, we will cover as much as we can. Okay, so on all 3 days, we typically do about 2 hours and then a half-hour break, and then another 2 hours, sometimes 2.5, depending upon how far we've gotten. It's just a lot of me talking the first 2 days, and the third day it's a little bit of me talking, and then I have some help from a couple of the other guys. We've been doing these trainings now for 17 years. Trained hundreds of people, and it actually, we started doing them only in person, then we switched to doing them online. It's a lot easier to do them online. No travel involved, thank goodness. So, but if you have any questions, please interrupt me. This goes a lot more smoothly when there's a little interaction. So if you hear me talk about something, you want me to talk about it more, or you have any questions at all, interrupt me. Say, excuse me, say I have a question, and I will stop and we will address your question. And it always seems to go better if we have a little bit of interaction. So um, that's about it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I will.
Before we move on, I do have a question.
Okay, fire
Uh,
away.
yeah, since this is going to be a lot of information, I am making notes, but if would it be okay if you can provide us with a recorded session with transcripts or something of that sort? Because yeah.
I don't know if it transcribes it, but I can record the session. So I will start recording now.
Okay, cool.
And that is actually one of the reasons we try not to go on too long,
Mhm.
because we found if these recordings are more than 3 hours long, they can get corrupted. So what
Okay.
what will happen at our 2 hour break, I will stop recording, and then to get it to really stop recording, you actually have to end the session and then start up a new one. So the recordings will be broken down into 2 to 3 hour chunks, so that they are not too large. So yeah, I've started recording. So once all of this is done, because these recordings end up being about 1 gigabyte to 2 gigabytes each, I will put
Mhm.
them on in a web directory on our web server, and I will give you the link, and you can download them once all the trainings are done.
Thank you.
So
Thank you. Yeah.
sometime on Thursday night is probably when I'll do that.
Sounds good to me. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there any way to see like full screen view or something? I'm seeing a small.
Well, this is my full screen view. I don't know.
Okay.
I know GoToMeeting does allow you to do a full screen view. I'm not sure what version you're using, if you're using the web-based or if you have downloaded the app.
I have downloaded.
I know
Yeah.
the application does allow you more options as far as zooming, but I know the web
Yeah, Santosh.
application.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you download the desktop app and on the side you see pop out, if you click on the pop out, it just pops the window out and it's a full screen.
Oh, okay. I clicked it. Oh, perfect. Thanks, Ali. Thanks.
No worries.
Okay, so I will start with just a little bit of history about ViciDial. I started ViciDial in 2003, 22 years ago, for a client that needed to be able to log and dial through a list of numbers manually. And I released it open source that same year and got additional clients and basically added features to it ever since then. We founded a corporation in 2009 that was just about ViciDial. That's when I switched to doing it full time with employees. And we've been growing our client base ever since. We have hundreds of clients. Well, we've had thousands of clients. We have hundreds of active clients across dozens of countries all over the world that are using ViciDial. It is open source. That's why it is so widely used. It is free. We don't charge anything for the software. There are no per user license restrictions. The only restrictions on ViciDial are that the source code must be accessible to any end user. So if you make any alterations, you have to make those source code alterations available to the end users of your system. The ViciDial itself is mostly web-based, and there are server components as well. We're going to cover those in detail on day 3. They include Asterisk for the telephone engine, Apache and PHP for the website, Perl for the server side, constantly running in AGI applications. That's how all of ViciDial works together. And the heart of ViciDial is a MySQL database, or actually MariaDB. We stopped using MySQL about a decade ago when Oracle bought them and started breaking it. So again, we'll get into more of that and all the reasoning behind that on day 3. But we've been tuning our ideal database settings and web settings and Asterisk settings over these last 22 years, and we have a pretty robust, efficient system that works for tens of thousands of organizations around the world. So these are the screens that you're going to be looking at with me for the next 2 days, the ViciDial web administration and the ViciDial agent screen. You may notice that the agent screen here is purple and the admin screen is blue. There is something called screen colors, and we have various screen colors set in different ways. This is a development system, a testing system that we use that we're going to be going through. There are actually some things on here that have not been released yet, things that we're developing. Here's an example, well, a lot of examples. This is one of my favorite ones. We have the Shrek theme of ViciDial. So you can change the colors, you can change the logo, you can have the agent screen use a different logo from the admin screens. Just as an example, I'm going to log in so you can see what the agent screen looks like. You log in with a user and a phone, and you connect, and it brings up the agent screen right here. and you can proceed through phone calls. I'm going to go ahead and make a testing phone call. You won't hear this. This is in testing mode. The system's in testing mode, so you won't hear things, but you'll see some features that we'll talk about as we go through users and campaigns and lists and all the various settings that you can set throughout VinciDAO. So we had a phone call. There was nobody there. I'm going to say no pitch, no price. Then I'm going to pause, and we're just going to stay paused. I'll leave this logged in. One of the first things you can see as far as agents is you can see this real-time screen as far as a manager looking at what's going on with the agents. So this, for example, is me who just logged in. I'm in paused state. I'm in the test camp campaign, and I have handled one phone call so far today. There's a lot of information up here. We'll go more over this report later, but this is one of the screens that managers like to have open pretty much all the time so they can take a glance and see what's going on the campaign. So first, on the web admin screens, we like to start with, well, this is the summary screen. When you log in, you go here. It'll show you at a glance number of agents logged in. Oops. Let's see if I refreshed it. So one agent logged in. I clicked on it. How many agents are in calls? How many active calls? How many calls are ringing? Just at the time that you load this page. It'll show you how many users are active and inactive, campaigns, lists, in-groups, DIDs. How many are active and inactive across your system? You can display some voicemail boxes if you want. If you have some important voicemail boxes you need to see if there are messages that haven't been accessed, you can see that here. If quality control is enabled on your system, you can see those stats here. And you can also see some call stats for yesterday and today down at the bottom, if that's enabled on your system. So this is kind of the initial dashboard, the first thing you see when you log in as a manager. But we are going to start with users. When you click on users, you will see a list of all the active users. If you want to see inactive users, you need to click show all users, and then it will show the users that are also inactive. You see here's active equals no right here in separate column. We're going to start with, let's see, one of the, there we go. 406 is the admin user. So right off the bat, we've got a user number. This doesn't have to be a number. We recommend having it be a number because there are things like the ability for a customer to call in and be directed to a specific agent, dial by agent. You can't really do that by names. It's very easy to do by numbers. So we usually recommend having a user number. You can, of course, provide a full name for the user. This will show up throughout the system. Wherever there's a user number, it can display the full name of the user. The next field, this is optional. Password encryption is not enabled by default. We do recommend enabling it, but it is an option. It is something an administrator has to do. That's something we can cover on admin day, on day 3. But it will encrypt the password so that nobody can view the password. It will be stored in a bcrypt hash in the database, and if you need to reset it, there's a way of doing that manually on the command line if you have to. But other than that, It's a way of securing your system. By default, the passwords are stored in plain text. So if you just do a new installation of ViCiDial, it will store those the user passwords in plain text. But if you're interested, we can go over how to disable that and enable password encryption so the system is more secure. Next, the password itself. ViCiDial allows up to 100 character passwords because the only really important factor in password security is the length of the password. It's not complexity. It's certainly not forcing users to change passwords every 30 days. The NIST and other organizations now recommend, have for the last several years, recommend not forcing password changes on a regular interval to users. It actually makes the system less secure because users pick less secure passwords, and they have less secure methods of storing those passwords, like on post-it pads on their monitors. So we recommend using a more of a passphrase that's maybe multiple words all strung together with no spaces, and maybe a number or two, but the length of the password is the most important factor in user password security. In ViCiDial, in the system settings, we'll get there later, but you can force minimum password lengths. So you can say passwords have to be at least 12 characters. And that is something we recommend doing. That is not on by default, but that is something I wanted to mention because it is important. Force change password. If you want to force a user to change a password the next time they log in, you can do that. We usually recommend doing this when you set up a new account. So the user will have the password you give them when you set up the account, and then they can change it to whatever password they want, so even the administrators won't know the password. This works for admin users and agent users. It will work in the agent screen. Last login info. So this will tell you the date and time that somebody last logged in with this user ID. And it will tell you the IP address. And there's a little number here that shows you how many failed password logins they had since the last time the system cleared the failed password logins. ViCiDial does have a limit. If you guess your password 10 times and you fail, it will lock your account for 15 minutes. Now, the whole purpose of that is to stop bulk brute force attacks. Because if you lock the system and don't even attempt to authenticate any tries that happen during that 15 minutes, you effectively kill any attempted brute force attack. So after 10 failed login attempts, it locks it. You can reset that in less than 15 minutes if you, as a manager, go to this screen, don't change anything, and then just hit submit at the bottom. It will reset that clock and allow the end user to attempt to log in again. But it will, if they failed login 10 times in a row, it will lock their account for 15 minutes. There is also a logins summary report. Now this shows let's see, I think it's by day. Yeah, it's by day. Shows the last attempt on that day, if there were any failed attempts, and the last time. Let's see, there we go. There's some failed attempts. So it'll show you how many failed attempts and the IP addresses that those failed attempts came from. This is all just part of the security backend of ViCiDial, but this gives you some transparency and some ability to see if somebody has exploited an account. You can see where they're coming from. Full name is just the username. That's pretty easy. User level. There are basically 4 important user levels. You've got level. Level 9 users have the ability to go into any user, any section by default. There are ways of restricting that. Level 8 users can only modify and view level 8 and lower. Level 7 users can only go into the reports or QC. They can't go into any of the administration screens other than that. And then everything below 7 is basically an agent. When we first started VTile, levels 1 through 6 were different types of agent, like a level 1 could only go outbound, a level 2 could do inbound and outbound. I forget what levels 3 through 6 were, that was so long ago, but we basically removed all of those restrictions. 1 through 6 are effectively the same right now. Level 7 is reports only, 8 is a limited access manager, and 9 is a system administrator, really. Also, it's a good time to mention there are these little help question buttons that will do the pop out of the help text for you with information on each field. Let's see, user group is next. We're not going to go over this too much right now. I'll just click on it so you can see. There's some settings that are put together as group settings so that they aren't all individual settings. So everybody in the admin group has the ability to log into any campaign, for example, and some other settings. We'll cover these more in detail later. For agents, you can define a phone login and a phone password. There is a way, it's not on by default, oops, but there is a way to have it so that when you log in, it will only display the user login and user password, and it will grab the phone login and phone password from the user details. So if you want to, for example, most of our clients will have WebRTC phones set up, and they'll have the WebRTC phone account set up for each user. So when a user logs in, they log in with effectively the same information, no matter what computer they're on. Now, when we first started this, there weren't really soft phones 22 years ago. They did not work as well as they do today. And most people had a hard phone at a desk. And so when you logged into a phone, you were logging into this physical phone next to the computer you were sitting at. And it didn't really tie to the user every time. So that's why this was set up a little differently. Active. So what we recommend if an employee leaves your company, an agent leaves your company, don't delete their account. Just set it to active equals no. Once it is set to active equals no, they can't log in. But you will still have them in the system, and so you will still know what their name is in the system, and also you will be prevented from creating a duplicate user number so that you won't have logs that show up with different names under different times. So make sure that the inactive employees are set to active equals no. Next, voicemail ID. This is if you're using Agent Direct inbound groups, which we'll get into a little later. Basically, you can have a phone call go to an agent and be queued up for that agent only. And if for some reason the agent isn't available, you can have the call go to their voicemail box, for example. And this is where you would define what voicemail box ties to a specific user. Let's see, email is next. We do have multi-factor authentication, two-factor authentication built into ViCiDial. If that is enabled, the email and the mobile number can be used as the way that deliver that two-factor authentication code to the end user. So two-factor authentication is not enabled by default. You can enable it in the system. You want to make sure it's all configured properly before you enable it, because you can lock people out, including administrators, out of the system if they have not two-factor authenticated. So that's something that we recommend doing during downtime and perhaps after you've done some testing. Let's see here. So the mobile number can either be, depending on if you have an account set up with an SMS messaging provider, you could have it sent as an SMS text message, or you could have it have the dialer actually place a phone call to the phone number and speak the code to the end user. We usually recommend just using email because it's simple. It's usually active by default. Also, the email address can be used in some emailing from the agent screen functions. Like there is a feature called Dispo Send Email, which you can set up to allow agents, once they have dispositioned a phone call, have the system automatically send an email out, and it can include as a variable in that email the agent's email address that talked to them. Next is user code. This is pretty useless. It doesn't really serve a purpose. We added it for a client long ago. Same goes for, let's see, main territory here. Pretty useless. Doesn't serve a purpose. It was used for reference in one of our clients in their database. That's pretty much it. User location. You can define these inside of a system setting in your system, or a settings container in your system. This is really only used inside of the VERM reporting module that we have. We'll talk about that a little bit tomorrow. Secondary user group, same thing. It's really only used inside of VERM. It's just different ways of categorizing groups of agents. So you can have your user group as a group of agents. You can have a location be another breakdown group of a group of agents in reporting. And then you can have the VERM secondary user group as a third way of categorizing agents. We've added these for various clients over the years that wanted different ways of putting together and segregating groups of people for statistical purposes on the reporting side. And so that's what it's for. User nickname. The only place this is used is with website customer chat. So website customer chat is if you put a ViCiDial screen button up on your website and you want customers to interact with your agents through a chat mechanism. And you can do that right through the agent screen. Let's see. Now there's the chat tabs, chat customers right here. So if a chat comes through, you can type a message, the customer types a message back to you. It's handled in the same way as a phone call is handled. But the reason that we added the nickname field is that we did not, or I should say, one of our clients did not want the end customers knowing the full name of the agent that was talking to them. They just wanted a nickname or a first name only. So the full name stays within the system only, and the nickname is used for website customer chat. Next is user territories. We added this for a client that was they had sales territories like insurance. So in the United States, insurance agents are licensed in each individual 51 states and territories, 52 actually, Puerto Rico, Washington, D.C. So you had agents that were licensed in maybe 6 states only, so that you could have a campaign that has leads or accounts in all 50 states. But as the agent is dialing through the leads, they're only dialing leads within the territories where they are allowed. So that's the whole purpose behind user territories. And those are defined, each lead has a territory field. It's the owner field. That's where the territory goes. And that's how you would define it. We can get into that more if you're interested, but it's really not a very widely used feature. Sticking in the insurance industry, we've got user list limit overrides for this user. Basically, this can limit the new status leads for this specific user so that each day the user can only take, let's see if we put 10 here, the user can only lock up 10 new status leads and no more. That was done, of course, for a client in the insurance industry. There were agents that were taking up a bunch of new leads themselves, and then they would try to call them back later. So this prevented them from abusing the system in that way. And that's it for the very top section of the user. Did anybody have any questions so far?
Yes, sir. I just noticed the user territories. So we recently had a client, and they had 198 branches, right? So they also wanted to downsize, and they were located in different states, if I must say. So is the user territories, can we utilize this for something of that sort?
It's really only used for outbound dialing.
Mm-hmm.
So an agent that is only able to call within the territories they're allowed to call in, that's the purpose of user territories.
Right. Okay.
So it's only outbound list dialing. If you want to do things like restrict the inbound calls, say every state has a different phone number that gets called
Mm-hmm.
into, that is done through inbound groups. So we have clients with hundreds of inbound groups, and you can restrict the inbound groups per user. So it's a little different, but it's the same kind of idea.
Understood.
Okay. Next, we're going to get into the agent interface options. A lot of these, you'll see a lot of overrides, and they're overrides of campaign settings, user group settings, in-group settings, and some of these we're not really going to cover much at all. And some of them are pretty simple and don't require much explanation. First is agent choose in groups, and that is you click on groups here when you first log in. This is if you want the agent to have the ability to choose in groups. If you don't want them to be able to choose which in groups they take calls from, if we scroll down a little bit here, you've got inbound groups and you've got these check boxes. So if you select agent choose in groups as 0, that will mean the agent is not able to choose their in groups, and the manager has to pre-select them here for them. Related to that, we have agent choose blended. Now this is this checkbox right here, and this is set to 0 or no. Then closer default blended right here is what will be used to determine if that checkbox is checked or not. Agent choose territories, it works the exact same way as agent choose in groups. If this is the separate user territory screen where you can add a territory for a user. If they are selected and show up on this list and the agent is not able to choose their territories, then all of the ones in this list will be selected automatically for the agent. That's how that works. Hotkeys. Hotkeys are a way of going through calls quickly. There's this little hotkeys button. When you roll your mouse over it, you'll see something shows up. It has 1 through 9 number keys. And basically what this means is you can unpause yourself. And as calls start coming in, this is really for outbound auto dialing to help you quickly get through phone calls. So say you get an answering machine, then all the agent has to do is leave their mouse over here. Don't touch the cursor or the mouse. When the answering machine comes in, they hit 1. The system will automatically hang up the phone call, disposition it as an answering machine, and make them available to take the next phone call. It's a way of speeding up the process of rapidly going through calls, because for a lot of campaigns, a lot of outbound auto dialing campaigns, the majority of phone calls are not human answers. So this saves a lot of time, makes things a lot more efficient, doesn't require the agent to do as much to quickly go through non-human phone calls. So that is hotkeys. Scheduled callbacks. This is if you want to tie a lead to a specific date and time to be called back in the future. There are multiple settings related to callbacks in campaigns, so we'll be going over that in campaigns as well. There are 3 settings here on the user side. So a scheduled callback by default can be handled by any agent for the next phone call. If you want to give your agents the ability to lock up that lead so that the callback is tied to them only, you can allow them to agent only callback. And I'll show you what that looks like here. Let me place another fake phone call to a fake phone number. I'm going to dial it. And I'm going to wait. I think I have a limit set, 7 seconds. Yeah. It's another feature. We'll see that in campaigns. Doesn't let you hang up the phone call for 7 seconds on a manual dial phone call. So I'm going to hang it up, and you'll see all of these statuses that have a little asterisk by them. We've got CB test here. We've got callback. We've got call or CBK. We have CB lead. I'm going to say CB test. And pause after that. Hit submit. Then it sends me to the callback screen. So I'm going to select the day. Let's say tomorrow for me, today for you, 11 a.m. And this is call comments. So this little checkbox, my callback only, says this lead is going to be locked for me to call back at this specific time. So I'm going to hit submit here, and that lead will just be added to the callbacks list, and there it is. This is the one I just added here at the bottom. And it is set to be called back tomorrow at 11 a.m. local time. So that is scheduled callbacks. Next dial my, yes.
Right. So you just showed us the scheduled callbacks, right?
Yes.
If I were to schedule a callback and lock in the lead for myself as an agent for 11 a.m., like you just said, does the agent get a notification, or does he how does it work?
You see the blinking
Yeah.
11
Yeah.
active callbacks right here.
Mm-hmm.
If a callback has triggered, then by default the system will blink, and when the agent clicks on it, they will see. You see, this one that we just added is active. It's not live. That means it hasn't triggered yet. And
Mm-hmm.
all these other ones are live because they have triggered, because, oh my gosh, I was supposed to call these back 2 years ago.
Mm.
So that's how it works. It will,
Uh-huh.
it's kind of hard to ignore that. And once you check it in between phone calls, it'll stop blinking, and then after the next phone call, it'll start blinking again. So
Right. Okay,
that,
so there isn't like a pop-up that you have 11 a.m. callback or something. It just blinks away, and the agent has to go in and see if what's the next callback.
that leads us to our next feature.
Ah, okay.
Next, dial my callbacks. This will automatically place the call for the agent.
Hmm,
So
okay.
after they have hung up on the previous call, let's say that they get on a phone call at 8 or at 10:55 a.m. They're on that phone call for 10 minutes. It's now 11:05. That 11 o'clock callback has triggered. So now they get off the phone call, they make themselves available for the next phone call. The system can automatically call that callback back. They don't have to go look at it. It's all automatic. And it will show them I'll show you what it looks like. When you call back a callback, it will show you the information on that callback. No, maybe it doesn't do it on this one because it's so old. There is a pop-up that'll show up on a previous callback. Let's try that last one. There we go. So you see it shows up in yellow. It's got this yellow flag up here, previous callback.
Mm-hmm.
It'll say the last call was at this time, the callback uh, date and time is this, the agent who set the callback is that's their ID, and then these are the comments that agent entered in at the time they set the callback. So that's how they know.
Okay.
Dial the lead, and then you can progress. You can actually close this if you want, if it's distracting while you're on the call. We'll hang up the call. We will set this as a callback again. And we'll set it for 12. Why not?
So every time the agent needs to submit a callback or a reminder or schedule it, they have to pause.
They don't have to. I'm just doing that because I don't want it to move on to the next call automatically.
Right. Okay.
But those are all campaign settings. We'll go over those when we get get into
Yeah.
campaigns. Any other questions
No.
for now?
For now, no. Thank you.
Okay. Um, agent call manual. This is pretty simple. Do you want to allow this agent to make manual dial phone calls or not? If this is set to 0, they can't make manual dial phone calls. You can also create filters. Now that's something we'll go over later, probably tomorrow, but you can set specific filters for manual dials. So you could say that they can call back only leads within the system, only leads that are not within the campaign DNC. They can call back leads and also callbacks, but that's it for manual dial. There are a whole string of different sets of um, options that you can use to restrict the kind of manual dial phone calls that the agents are able to place. Manual dial by lead ID. Again, this is an override of a campaign setting. This allows the agent to place a phone call by lead ID instead of by phone number. Agent call email. This is, I don't know why we called it call email and call chat. It's basically the system will log inbound emails and inbound website customer chats as if they were phone calls. So you will get all of your call statistics logged and displayed, and that if you want to allow the agent to handle emails, they can do it through here. Same thing with website customer chat. Oh, that's chat internal. There's website customer chat. That's what it looks like. Let's see. Those are disabled by default, by the way. Agent recording. If you want to allow the agent the ability to record phone calls, set this to 1. This is on by default. Agent transfers. That is this transfer conference button here. If you want to allow them to send the phone call somewhere else or to start a 3-way phone call, they have to have the ability to do transfers. We already talked about closer default blended. User choose language. I love showing this one off. So a few years ago, we were hired by a Japanese bank to do a translation of ViCiDial into Japanese. So you can actually allow the agent to choose the web language as it shows up. Pretty much everywhere you see text, you can have the system dynamically look up an alternative set of text for it. So here we are, Japanese. So you can have, we have a client in that operates in South Africa, for example, where they have 6 official languages. So they actually created languages for each of those 6 so that the agents can use the agent screen in language.
Oh, okay. I have a question.
Yes.
Something similar to what you did here. We did also have a Japanese client, as far as I know, and they wanted their panel to be in Japanese. But from what I remember, the tech lead at that time had to go in and use Google Translate manually, put in the languages. I might be wrong, but what you just showed here, does it automatically translate the whole panel into that language? How does that work?
No, you define that yourself.
Uh-huh.
So it is not an automatic translation service. Um,
Okay.
let's see here. Let's see. So there is a web directory. Here it is. Translations. So these are the, I don't know how many it is, 18 different languages that we have
Mm-hmm.
either had somebody contribute or we have developed with clients. And you can actually import these into ViciDial. So you can go, let's see, it's admin, languages, and you can see there are the little flags and each of these translations. And what you can do is actually go into the translation. It'll bring up all of the phrases. You can search for the phrases. There
Mm-hmm.
are over 1,000 phrases here for the agent screen.
Mm-hmm.
You can edit them one at a time, and this is the database that it operates out of. And you can, these are just text files. So you can, like, here's the Danish one. So it's English and then a pipe, and then it's UTF-8 of, it's not showing up right in here. The file itself has them
Mm-hmm.
correctly, but this is how you can create your own files and import them directly into administration. So you can import phrases. That's what this is, and you just
Right.
paste them in here. You can have it only add missing phrases. You can have it only update existing phrases. So it is something you need to manage. Now, dealing with that Japanese bank, we we so what we did is we hired two separate translation companies to do professional translation of Japanese, and then we also did a Google Translate, and then we sent them a spreadsheet that had English, professional translation Japanese 1, professional translation 2, and Google Translate. And then the fifth column was the bank's choice for what they wanted. And
Oh.
they picked from all three. So uh, I do not understand Japanese at all. It's very confusing. I talked to somebody who lived there. They said, yes, they have three languages, they have three alphabets, and it's confusing even to the people that live there.
Yeah, yeah. Kanji is quite difficult.
So
Right, interesting.
that's how we ended up with this. This translation is the culmination um, of a committee of people at a bank that decided what each of these phrases is supposed to look like in Japanese. So
Wow.
there you go.
I would like to follow that up with, um, is there a template that one could follow if
Yeah,
they wanted to do
you
a translation of?
basically, yeah, just use one of the existing um, languages translation files.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then all you have to do is you load it into a spreadsheet. That's how we usually recommend doing it, in a spreadsheet. Then you just
Mm.
delete the second column and you can create whatever file of translations you want.
Right. Okay.
So
Interesting.
typically, like, we have a client in Holland or in the Netherlands, and 70% of the phrases they leave in English, and only about
Mm.
30, their translations file, it only has 300 phrases, not the full 1,000, because most of them they leave in English because the people there understand the basics enough, and only for the more complicated items do they actually translate it into Dutch. So that's, by default, it will leave everything in English. And so, for example, there's this, let me show you the Alt English. There are only 17 phrases in Alt English. So it changes the word lead into record. It changes the word sale into success. So you see that throughout the system. It will only change the stuff that is in the is in the language that you've defined to be used, and it'll leave everything else as default English. So you can do as much or as little as you want on the translation side. Any other questions on languages?
All good.
Okay. Agent recording override. This is a way of, all of these that you'll see here are just overrides for existing features. We're not going to go over them too much. There's an option if the system has it enabled to mute a recording. That means it won't stop the recording. It'll just make it quiet. Agent alter customer data override, agent alter customer phone override. If you want the agent to not be able to modify any of these fields, you can disable them from being able to modify them. They can see it, they can make changes, but none of the changes will stick. Or you can have it so that they can not change the phone number. We've had multiple clients where that was a problem, where the agents would just change the phone number on the lead, and it would screw up that customer record. So you can prevent agents from changing only the phone number if you want. Agent shift enforcement. This is a way of locking an agent into a set of days of the week and times of the day, and they can't log into the system outside of those. That's controlled by user groups. So it are these two, agent call view, call log view. That's right here. That just gives them the ability to see what phone calls they've placed. They can go back in time, look at previous days. They can look at the information on those, see the call log history for those leads. So this is something that can be enabled or disabled per agent and per user group. Agent lead search. If you want the agent to be able to search for leads, you can put in a phone number or other information. You can submit the search. It brings up leads. Lead search is available for two purposes. Number one, to place outbound manual dial phone calls. And number two, optionally on the inbound side, if a customer calls in, the agent can search for a lead in the system that's not tied to the phone number they called in on and tie that phone call to the existing lead so that all of the log entries and everything else will be tied to that current inbound phone call. So that is lead search. Lead filter. That's something we'll go over tomorrow. This is something you set up per campaign. It's like a segment of a MySQL query, so you can restrict specific agents from calling specific leads. But we'll go over that more in detail tomorrow. User hide in real time. Yeah, this is a confusing one. We had a client that wanted the ability to hide specific users only from the real-time screen. The reason behind it is they allowed vendors to log in and actually look at this real-time screen. And they allowed vendors to monitor or listen in to agents. So the agents they wanted to hide from those vendors were actually managers. So they didn't want the managers to be seen in the real-time screen. So you could hide them from the real-time screen on a per user basis. Alerts enabled and allow alerts. This is kind of old technology. It's disabled by default. It's this agent alert off here. If you turn agent alerts on, which it's off by default and the agents aren't allowed to use it by default, because what happens if an inbound phone call comes in, it will generate a JavaScript alert, which will stop all of the JavaScript from running on the web page, but it will also make, at least on Windows, this bottom taskbar tab blink. So the reason we added that, we had a 24/7 answering service client, and some agents would only get 3 phone calls in 8 hours, so they wouldn't always have their headsets on, so they wouldn't hear the phone call coming in. So they had to have some way of seeing that something was happening, and that is why we added agent alerts. Turn that off. Let's see. Preset contact search. Presets are a way of doing a transfer. But having a lot of predefined phone numbers in the system. As an example, we have a client. They are, I think they're called the Tribune Companies again. Basically, a bunch of newspapers here in the United States. They were all consolidated so that they had a single operator call center. So a phone call came in for the Chicago Tribune, it would come into this operator call center. A phone call came in for the Denver Post, it would come into the same call center. So they wanted a way of searching for all of their employees in a preset contact search. And so we added that for them. And that's what this feature allows a specific user to use that instead of having to enter in phone numbers manually. Let's see, max inbound calls. Go back to the insurance industry again. They want to restrict per user, per agent, the number of inbound calls that each agent can take. That's what that does per day. And then you can filter those by status, by inbound groups, so that calls that came from specific inbound groups, like agent direct inbound groups, would not count against their maximum inbound calls for the day. And then we got into inbound call credits. Again, another insurance client. They wanted to be able to define credits for specific agents and be able to add to and remove from the credits throughout the day. So that is a whole separate feature set that hardly anybody uses, but there it is. Same with these, maximum manual dial hopper calls and maximum per hour. Again, restrictions from allowing agents to be able to place calls instead of handle inbound calls. Again, hardly anybody uses those. Like we have 2 clients that I know of that use them, and they are in the insurance industry. Lots of restrictions on those. Those agents are always doing things they're not supposed to. Wrap seconds. These are campaign setting overrides. We'll go over them more when we get into campaigns. Additional status groups. So when you hang up a phone call, and you saw that green disposition screen where the agent has to select what happened on the phone call, the status of the phone call, you can actually you define those in the system. You can define them per campaign. You can define them per inbound group and per list. And you can also here add additional statuses for specific users only. So that is what additional status groups is for. It lets you add to the available statuses, but only for specific users. So you have a group of 10 people that log into one campaign. Let's say you want only one of those people to have this extra status. You can do that with this feature. Let's see. We have campaign ranks. I told you about inbound ranks. I really didn't talk about the section much, but here we go. So you can set specific ranks and grades for each user for each campaign. So what a rank is an absolute +9 to -9 scale where the user with a level 9 will always, if they're available, will always get a phone number or a phone call sent to them before a user that is of a level 8, and so on and so forth. So if you are a -9, you're not going to get any phone calls until basically everybody else has had a phone call. Now, grade is different. Grade operates on a probability engine. So a 10 will have a 10 times higher likelihood of getting a phone call. But somebody with a grade of 1 still has a 10% chance of getting a phone call. If there are two people and one of them is a 10 and one of them is a 1, that person that is a grade of 1 might actually get the next phone call because it's a random probability engine. They have a much lower probability of getting the phone call, but they may still get it. So this was an attempt by one of our clients to add a little bit of randomness or fairness to the ranking system while still sending most of the phone calls to the more experienced agents. That's the whole purpose behind ranking or grading. And at the in-group and the campaign level, you can choose which one you want to use, or if you just want to be egalitarian about it and send the calls to the agent that's been waiting the longest. We'll go over those more when we get into the campaign section. Web vars, don't really use those much anymore. In the admin web screen, you see we have web form 2, web form 3. This is the ability to define specific variables on a per user basis. So that, for example, we had a client inbound answering service. They had multiple clients and they needed the ability to send the user ID of the user to their clients' internal customer websites so that they could track which agent was talking to the customers. Again, most people don't use it, but it's there if you need it. Let's see, all of this stuff works the same for inbound groups, except there's also the ability to have per day limits. -1 means there's no limit, but you can set per user per day limits per inbound group. Okay, now we've got 5 custom variables here. These can be used for whatever you want them. Some of our clients will use them for credentials for a user to log into a CRM. That's pretty common. So these are available as variables in the system in the agent script, for example, and the agent web URLs. Let's see, QC. We're not really going to talk too much about this. Quality control is a way of reviewing phone calls after they've happened. There are scorecards. There are scorecards with different parameters. We can go over that if you're interested. Most clients don't use it, but if you're interested in quality control, there is a whole system built on that is built into ViciDial. HCI, this one was weird. I just wrote this 2 years ago. It was a way of trying to circumvent some of the TCPA laws here in the United States, so that you have an agent, all they're doing is clicking to trigger phone calls. They're not actually handling phone calls, but because of the way that the law was interpreted here in the United States, You couldn't have an auto dialer. You had to have human intervention per phone call. So we have this client with 300 agents that has a dozen agents that all they do is click their mouse all day because human intervention. That's HCI. So yeah, ridiculous.
Okay. Um,
Yes.
can we go back a bit? If you scroll up, I have a question related to the rank and the grade. Is that
Yes.
okay if I stop you and ask you a few questions? There might be a baby questions, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around this because this is also new to me also.
Okay.
So can you give me an example of an industry or a campaign where this would be useful, so I can visualize it?
Sure. Insurance. Create so many of these per user features we created for insurance, like life insurance. So, for example, rank. We have a client that will change the ranks of all of their agents daily based upon how well their agents are doing. So, uh, let's say they have 100 agents, and the top 5 agents will be given a rank of 9. So that
Mhm.
they are the best sellers. They're the ones that make the most money for the company, and we
Mhm.
we want them to get the next available phone calls first every time. So
Okay.
that's what ranking does. If one of those 5 agents is available, they're getting a phone call. And the
Mhm.
people that are a rank of 8, they won't get any phone calls until all those top ranked people are on the phone or unavailable, and so on and so forth to the people at the bottom. And here's where the problem comes in. You have 100 people, you got the 5 people that are -9, they're not getting any phone calls. So they're having to cold call people, manual dial call. That means they're a lot less productive, um, and a lot less on their toes. So in came the grading mechanism, where now we have 1 through 10, and anybody could get the next phone call. Now, the people that are a grade of 10 are going to get a lot more phone calls than the people with a grade of 1. But you still might get a phone call. If you're a grade of 1, you might get a phone call before one of the high performing salespeople. They might be sitting there while you're on the phone, even though it's only your first week there. So
Mhm.
that's the idea around grade as compared to rank. And
More like
you can
evening the
choose
odds a
which
bit.
one you want.
Understood.
Okay.
Okay. So if I keep the rank as -9 and the grade as 1, so the chances are like the agent will not receive any calls. Is that right? Minus
Uh, Only one of them is active at a time, and you choose,
rank.
like, okay, let's uh, campaigns is kind of what we go over next. Takes a
Okay.
while. It is next. Is that next agent call? It's right here. This is where all that comes into play, and these are the options. So campaign rank, that's the +9 to -9, absolute ranking. And this is campaign grade random. This is the probability. This is the 1 to 10. So you can only choose one of these. It's how the system decides which agent gets the next phone call. That's all the rank and grade is for.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, where were we? Okay, so that's all the agent interface options. Next, we've got some admin report options. These are all ways of restricting data. So you can block real-time user data. You remember I mentioned we have one client that has vendors that log into the system and they can watch the real-time report. You can block user data, so they can see they're at station 1, but they can't see the name of the agent. We just added that for a client that requested it. Admin hide lead data. These two were added for a client of ours that is an administrator in the French health service. So only the agents talking to patients and customers on the phone were allowed to see the lead data. The managers were not allowed to see the lead data. So everything is X'd out. So that's why we added this feature. It was patient data protection laws in France. Next, search, lead, ignore group restrictions. This is, again, an admin feature, but it's all related around search for leads. So if you have, say, an office worker who doesn't get on the phone, that means they don't need to be able to log into campaigns. But the fact that they can't log into the campaigns means that they have no permissions to actually load the leads that are tied to the campaigns. So this feature gives, what was that? Search, lead, ignore. This allows an agent that has no permissions to log in as an agent to use the admin screen to search for leads if they need to do administration on those leads. Next, we're definitely not covering all these, but they're kind of self-explanatory. View reports. If you want to be able to view reports, this has to be set to 1. If you want to listen to recordings, access recordings, this permission has to be set to 1. If you want to alter the agent interface options of other users, that needs to be set to 1. And so on and so forth. We've got some of them that have more than one option, like GDPR. This is European Data Protection Law rules. If you set it to 1, then it will enable downloading and not deleting. If you set it to 2, you will be able to download but also delete data in the system. So that's what GDPR, that's one of our compliance tools in ViCiDial. So really each of these are all admin permissions. Allows you to do basically modify or delete things in various parts of the admin web screens. Let's see. Next, security options. You can restrict access to your web screens by IP address. So if if you want to only allow specific IP addresses access, you can do that. That is in system settings. We can go over that later. You can also have it allow everybody, but only block specific inbound or IP addresses. You also have the ability on a per user basis to disable two-factor authentication. So this is one of the steps we recommend. If you want to use two-factor authentication, first go here and disable it for one of your admin users, so that if something goes wrong, you still have access to the system, because two-factor authentication is disabled for your user. It won't require you to go through the two-factor authentication process. So that is one of the things you can set up. ViCiDial also has APIs. You can allow agent API access. Also down here, you can actually disable all admin and agent screen options for a user. Now, you have to have a user account for API access. You can have API only users, meaning they can't log in anywhere else but the API. And this is a list of all the API functions. And there's a whole set of documentation on vichidal.org / docs. Like here's the agent API. So this is the document that goes over all the functions and what they do and what the definitions are, what the options are you can put in for each of them. The agent API has to do only with when agents are logged into this screen. So you can pretty much do almost everything in this screen through an agent API action. So if you want to have a separate web page that makes things happen on this screen, you can do that. And then there's the admin side. That's the non-agent API. Basically anything that doesn't touch this screen is the non-agent API. You can add leads through that. You can modify users. You can modify campaigns. You can add or remove caller ID numbers, things like that. There's a whole set of dozens of functions on the admin side as well. And then at the bottom here, you've got modify same user level, download invalid files, and alter admin interface options. These are the level 9 user admin options, only available for level 9 users. You can have some level 9 users above other level 9 users. If you disable this modify same user level, then those level 9 users won't be able to see themselves or other level 9 users, but they will be able to modify level 8 and lower. So that is it for the user screen. There are several links here at the bottom that go over other reports, basically, for this specific user. I always like showing the admin changes. Every section, pretty much every section in Vichidal Web Admin has administrative logs. So you can click on what the last change was. You can see all the database SQL queries that were used when the last set of modifications to this user were processed. And it will even show you a different, looks like nothing changed. Let's look at the one before that. There we go, there's some difference. So here you can see somebody changed the user level from 9 to 8. Green is what it went to, red is what it was. You can see the closer campaigns were basically wiped out. The alter agent interface options were changed to 0. So that is basically a list of the changes. Now this works great for campaigns to see what changed from one time to another time. Basically all the red and green are the differences in the fields that changed. Let's see, we've also got some user stats. That's not going to show too much on this user. Callback holds. So you can actually see, we were talking about callbacks. You can actually go in as a manager and look at the callbacks that are set for every agent. These are all the active callbacks. And there's actually an admin utility that we'll go over tomorrow where you can remove scheduled callbacks from an agent. if you want. Assign them to another agent, or open them up for anybody to call them back. Okay, that is the user screen. Any questions?
Can we go over the API a bit more in detail, perhaps, or how we could use it? Does it help us connect with CRM systems? How does that work?
Yes, that's more something that we like to talk about in day 3, because it gets into, constructing a URL with variables.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really
Mm-hmm.
kind of outside of most of the manager side of things, but
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
yes, you can have actions that are triggered on specific agent dispositions at the end of phone calls, dispo call URL it's called, and have those URL commands sent to a web server or CRM. You can have, when a call pops up or is sent to an agent, you can have the start of the CRM saying this agent took this phone call at this time to this user.
Live.
Um,
Ali is asking question now.
there are a lot of things you can do, and when we go over the campaign section, we'll probably get to that later today.
3 days.
You can see a list of, like, you could have a dozen
9 to
URLs
morning
sending
time.
information to different places based upon multiple different actions call. So that's part of it. That's Vici sending data out. The APIs are basically taking commands or data in, and Vici has a lot of flexibility for both of those things. But yeah, we'll talk about that more later.
All
That's
right.
on the agenda.
Okay.
Next, we talked about user groups a little bit, and this is the user group page. So you can get there from clicking on the user group on a user's page, or you can click on user groups and then go to a specific user group. Here's where you define allowed campaigns. That's what all these checkboxes are for. All campaigns means everything. Let's see, I guess I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Shift enforcement. You remember I talked about that in the user override. This is actually the user group field that is overridden if you override that in the user override. Force time clock login. You can actually force agents, because Vici has a time clock, and it's very simple. You go to time clock, you hit submit. It says that you are, well, yeah, of course, it's a horrible password. It's been 4,300 hours since I last logged in. Click login. I'm now logged into the time clock. So the time clock is very simple. You punch in, you punch out. That's it. But this setting says that you can prevent agents from logging into the Vici agent screen if they have not time clocked in. So that's all that feature does. It checks to see that they have time clocked in. If they haven't, it won't let them in. Speaking of not letting them in, there is group shifts here. Let's see. I'll click on one of these. 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So you see Monday through Friday. We've got Monday through Friday checkboxed. We've got 0900 and 1700 here. So that's how this works. If the agent tries to log in outside of these times, then it will say that they cannot log in outside of their shifts. There is a way for a manager to override that on a per instance basis. Let's see here. Agent status viewable groups. That is this little sidebar, agents view. It will actually show the user. Yes, this user is long user name test. And it will show how long they have been in that status. In this case, 40 minutes and 48 seconds. These are the other groups of agents that will be viewable to agents within this in-group. So you can have them see everybody, see only agents logged into the campaign they're logged into, see not logged in agents, and or see other specific user group agents in the agent statuses sidebar here. That's the whole purpose of those settings. Next, we've got you can disable seeing the time, so they won't see that 40 minutes, 40 seconds. They'll see the status, but not the time. Let's see, we saw the override of this one, agent call log view. That was call log view right here. You can disable that if you want on a per user group or per user basis. Agent screen, agent full screen. Now, you see this gray area is taking up the full width of the screen. That does not save any space for the agent's view. You have to scroll over to see that. This is what it looks like if you do agent full screen, agent screen full screen. If you disable that, when you log in, the gray section will end about right here, and it will leave space so that you don't have to scroll over to see the agent's view. That's all that does. You can have script override. Now, script is set at the campaign level, the in-group level, the list level. You can override that here for everybody in the user group. And then we get all of these options. These are based around the transfer conference. And I should probably show that. Let's place another fake phone call. Transfer conference. Here is the transfer conference screen. So all of those options, you can enable or disable all of these different things. The consultative transfer, the dial override, the voicemail message transfer, like this little VM button here is the voicemail message transfer. You can disable all of those or enable them on a per user group basis. Agent allowed chat groups. This is for internal chats. Let's go ahead and hang up. This is chat internal. If there are other agents logged in, you can chat with them internally. Agent to agent, you can have multiple people in an agent chat. When you get a new chat message, it will flash red in the chat internal. You can be chatting with people while you're on a phone call. Excuse me, need a drink of water. So this is a lot like the agent view that we saw on that sidebar. This allows you to define who you as an agent are able to chat with. Next, we get into admin options here. Allowed reports. You can restrict the reports that are viewable so that if you go to this reports page, you see a lot less reports based upon user group. This is also what our clients that allow vendor access to reports. This is how they restrict them from being able to view all the reports in the system so that they can only view some reports. You can also have custom report links. That's something we'll go over tomorrow. Queue groups, this is all related to the VERM reporting system. Again, we'll go over that tomorrow. Reports header override, you can set, for example, for those vendors, you could have a different logo show up at the top if you want. Home URL override, that is when you click home, you can have it go somewhere else other than the welcome page. Web phone URLs, we created this so that you can actually have different layouts for a WebRTC phone. We never ended up using System Key for anything because the Vici phone is free and open source. Really isn't much point to restrict its use. But we had planned on the ability of being able to do that if we wanted to. You can also turn the dial pad off if you want on a web phone. We'll talk more about the web phone on day 3. Actually, Mike, who wrote our web phone, will be talking about that. Let's see, if you're doing quality control, you can select which campaigns, which in-groups the users in this user group have the ability to QC. You can set IP restriction lists for the admin, the agent, and the API for users within this user group. You can select different IP lists for them to be allowed from if you want. Allowed user groups. These are admin user groups. We built ViciDial to allow user group segmentation. It can get very complicated if you let it, or if you want it to. By default, all the campaigns, everything is viewable by all other admin user groups. But you can restrict. You can have like Team A and Team B, and you can have the Team A administrators not be able to see any of the campaigns in Team B. That's the whole point of user segmentation. Most of our clients don't use it because it can get really complicated, but the ability is there if you want. And for some reason, at some point in time, one client wanted call times to exist outside of user group segmentation, so that's why it shows up separately. Next, you see a list of all the users in the user group. It'll show what level they're at and whether they're active. And then you can actually add or remove a selected entry for in-groups. So this is a way if you don't allow the agents to choose their in-groups, you can have, for instance, all the users in the admin user group can have a check mark added next to them for April test. You hit submit and it'll put a checkbox, a check mark in all the checkboxes for all the users in this user group for that specific in-group. And you can also see callback holds by user group and not just by user. So there are a lot more. And of course, admin changes to this user group. A lot less fields, don't have to scroll as much. Looks like somebody changed full screen from no to yes 3 months ago. Okay. Any questions on user groups? Nope. Okay. We will move on to campaigns. That's what's next. So this is the big one. Campaigns has a lot of options. I'm just scrolling through the options now. You can see there are a lot of options and a lot of data. We're not going to get through this before the end of our break, which is in about 10, 15 minutes. So campaigns. First, the campaign ID. This can be up to 8 characters, no spaces, no dashes, 8 characters or less. There is a lot of logging that logs the campaign ID. That's why we limit it to 8 characters. Of course, you have a campaign name that is more than 8 characters and a campaign description. So you can describe them in more detail without having to have a super long campaign ID. Then we've got these 3 date time stamps here. The last time something was changed in the campaign, looks like that was 4 days ago. Last time an agent logged in, last time an agent placed a phone call from. That's what these are for. And then there's this little chart showing the called count for this campaign. You can click on this and actually go back a year, and you can see all the calls, the call count that was placed, the number of agents that logged in concurrently at most in the last 300 days. So that can give you an idea of your trends, what kind of volumes you're looking at.
Does this have a limit as to how old, how many days we can go back? Like more than 300 days, 1 year, 2 years?
That
Since the
gets in.
beginning.
By default, the system does not archive logs.
Okay.
And these stats, they should be available. I don't think they get archived actually, because they're just statistics. They're not actual logs of every phone call. This is a summary. It's a cached. It's looked up once and then it's stored under the date. And so yeah, for that specific report, you can probably go back as far as the campaign existed. Things get more complicated when you're talking about detailed call logs. By default, we don't archive them. On day 3, we are definitely going to be talking about archiving, because archiving of your logs is important. And depending upon the call volumes you're dealing with, you may or may not even need to archive. We have clients that place 2 million phone calls a day. They need to archive a lot, and very only keep very small amounts of log data in their active logs. Now the archives you can search, and most of the this is the lead modify page. You can see the calls to logs there, and you can actually turn on archiving to view. Oh, this is taking a while. Well, there have been a lot of phone calls. 154. I probably should have chosen a different lead. There we go. So the ones that show a date in red are being pulled from the archive. So you see there's 2018 here. There's 2020, 2018. So there are a lot of, like, this is an example of way more phone calls than you should be making to a single lead. But, this is a test system. So you can look at the archive log entries in some of the reports, but it takes them out of the active logs so that the system isn't hampered. It isn't crippled by the tremendous number of logs that are being, like, our client that places 2 million phone calls a day, that's 700 million log records every year. And so they actually only store 6 months of phone calls in their archive. They send calls to archive every night. So their active call logs are 0 days. So it's the existing day only. Then at night, all of their call logs go into the archive. They have access to them for 6 months, and then after 6 months, we send the call logs to cold storage, which is a separate physical database server. So that's
Wow.
an extreme example. We don't have a lot of clients that operate at that volume.
Right.
We
So,
have the
uh,
ability to handle clients that operate at that volume.
that's amazing. Can I also ask, when we archive call logs, and if a customer or a client chooses to actually record each call also, does the recording get stored along with the call log?
The recordings should be stored on a separate FTP server.
Uh-huh.
So the recording log data is very small, and the
Mm-hmm.
recording itself can be much larger. But
Yeah.
yeah, the recordings themselves are not stored in the database. The location
Right.
of the recording is stored in the database.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I meant. So you store the recording itself on a FTP server, and within that call log, there is a link to it or a location to the archive wherever the recording is archived, if I'm not wrong, or stored.
yes. Like you will see here,
Uh-huh. Okay.
these are recordings. Let's see. Scroll up and get to the header. There we go. So you have the recording ID, the date and time it was started, the number of seconds of the recording, got the file name, you got the location, and then you've got the agent, whether muting was used at all during it. So you could actually click on this, um, and it will take you to the recording. It stores the location of the recording, because how this all works, and we'll talk about more of this on day 3, but when the recording is made, it's stored temporarily on the Asterisk server, the telephony server. There's a process that runs every 5 minutes that converts the audio into a single WAV file. Then there's another process that runs that converts that into an MP3 file, which is 1/10 the size of a WAV file. Then there's a third process that takes that MP3 file and it FTPs that to an FTP server, and it changes the location as it goes so that it will be web accessible. So that's how the whole recording FTP server process works. We even have options to take that recording and encrypt it if you want, using PGP encryption. We have almost no clients that do that because it is so cumbersome to use, but the option is there if you want it. Also, there is an additional step where you can FTP those recordings to a second backup recording FTP server. Because, yes, we have had clients that had their recording FTP server die. So
Wow.
you can have a backup. Um, all of this is stuff we've added for various clients over the years, but right now on our hosted infrastructure, we've got, I don't even know how big it is now. I think we're up to 100 terabytes of phone calls recording storage. Um, on our 3 FTP servers for hosted. We have hundreds of clients, and most of them don't make that many phone calls a day, 10,000 or less, but we do have clients that make 1 million phone calls a day. Most of those
Mm.
recordings are very small, but
Mm.
you can have, we have clients that have tens of millions, hundreds of millions of recordings on a single archive server, a single FTP server. So it's not like they need a tremendous amount of storage. And we have some clients that store it in the cloud. There can be issues with that. We're dealing with one client now that's having bandwidth issues. Their FTP cloud provider is not allowing them enough bandwidth to upload, and they've gotten to the highest level of service that they're paying for, and they still won't allow them any more bandwidth. So they're having to switch providers, and it's a mess. We
Right.
had to move all the recordings, and it's taken 3 weeks with their bandwidth
That's
restrictions to move the recordings from one provider to another.
that's big stuff. Um,
Yeah.
You mentioned file format, which is it gets converted to WAV and then from WAV to MP3. So what's the first format that is done as a recording the system does?
The system records technically it's WAV. It's really SLIN, but SLIN and WAV are really not that different. It's just a header. So the
Mm.
first recording is by default, Vichidal records everything mixed together as mono, but it's recorded as a single inbound audio file, but it has everything on it. So we have to
Mm-hmm.
take that and we have to convert it into a 8-bit 16K or 16-bit 8K PCM WAV file. That is very quick because it's not actually altering the audio data at all.
Mm-hmm.
It takes a little longer to convert it into MP3 because you're basically removing 90% of the data. MP3 is 1/10 the size of WAV. That's why it
Mm-hmm.
works great for archiving purposes, for recording the FTP server. That process is the second process, and then the third process is FTPing it over.
Mm.
But yeah, the default in Asterisk is effectively it's ULAW. It's a WAV file.
Understood. Yeah.
That's the native audio. And actually, since we're talking about this, a project I've been working on for the last 3 months that I'm still working on that should be done at the end of this month, I hope, is stereo call recording. And all that means is you've got the customer only on one side in one ear, in one channel, and then you've got the agent on the other side. So it's very clear to hear who is saying what in which channel. It's been very difficult to write that because of how those stereo recordings have to be executed or run in the
Mm-hmm.
system, and for all the options that the client wanted. But that is something, and you'll see it. It's actually the options for it are on this development system. Um, there it is, stereo recordings, stereo parallel recordings. It all gets very complicated. Um, it is complicated, my gosh. But
Wow.
so you can have the default mono recording that we've had built into Vichidal for 22 years. You can have that running, and in addition to that, have stereo recording. Now that stereo recording is tied to the customer phone call. It's not tied to the agent session like the default
Okay.
recordings are. Again, it's not actually in the Vichidal software now. It's still being developed. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm about 75% done with it.
What
Uh,
would be the use case for this? Like, how would it benefit the client? Call.
Transcription.
Yeah, that's what that was my next
Yes,
question.
yeah, that's the big thing, transcribing, because while you
Mm,
can, you can use LLMs, AI, you can use
mm,
LLMs to do speaker identification, but it's not
mm.
100%, and it's pretty resource intensive. And we've done testing on it, and we're actually doing a project for a client that does speaker identification, but it's not infallible. It is, it's 95% accurate. It's pretty good, but it will screw up, and it will identify speaker one as the person that said something that speaker two says. Now,
Yeah.
using stereo using stereo recordings, it's 100%
Yeah, so
because
you have two channels, one's incoming, one's outgoing, and the system can differentiate between the two. We were having a similar issue because it was mono and we were trying to
yep.
split it. Was not, yeah, I don't know how far we come with that, but yeah, we were trying to do something similar that you're talking about too.
Yes. So, well, we've had a way for a few years to do stereo recordings, but it requires the use of a gateway server. So you
Mm,
have to send all of your phone calls through a separate machine. That machine, the gateway, the SIP gateway, would be the one doing all the recording, and it was doing the customer on one side, agent on the other. So
mhm,
we've had the ability, but it's not built into Vici Dial. It's something it's the code is included with Vici Dial to do a gateway server, but you need additional hardware, and it's not easy
mm,
to set up, and
mm,
it has other limitations. But the stereo recording that we're adding to Vici Dial right now will be built in. It will be parallel, meaning you can have a stereo recording happening at the same time as you're doing your regular mono recording. Now, there some of the limitations are because it's tied to the customer channel, and the customer channel is not fully pointed until there's an answer signal received. You're not going to get, for instance, the dial time audio tied to that phone call. Also, as soon as the customer hangs up, the recording is done. So you won't hear anything the agent says after the recording is hung up, which you get now in the default agent based recording. So those are some of the differences in it, but it does allow you to do stereo, and it will always have the customer on one side and everybody else on the other. So if you have a three-way phone call, you'll have the customer on one side, you'll have the agent and the third party on the other side. Um, but it's just another feature we're adding.
yeah.
One
That's amazing.
one of
And
the
that is going
things,
to trickle down into the next version of the VC dial?
it should be I should be committing the code before the end of the month. We'll see if I
Wow,
make
so it's
that.
going to be accessible to everybody.
Yeah, that's
Amazing.
what we do with Vici Dial. We really don't build customer specific features. It's everything. If we can make it something that is built in to the default Vici Dial, we will. And that's why Vici Dial has as many features as it has. Because if somebody pays to add, like this stereo audio recording is, we started quoting it for this client in 2021, 4 years ago. And it grew and grew and grew as they added more requirements. And you'll see there's parallel stereo recordings. That's where this gets really complicated, because
Mm,
they wanted the ability to have a customer muted version of the recording, and a customer only version of the recording, and a full recording, and an agent controlled segments of the recording, all happening at the same time. So yeah, it's complicated. So in theory, you could have 5 call recordings of the entire call in Vici for every call. So you have
Wow.
5 million phone calls, you have 25 million recordings you have to deal with. That's what this client wanted. And they
That's
all
mm,
they all have different file name structures, and that's what they wanted. So this ended up being a $30,000 quote for, I think, 170 development hours. Big project.
all
And you'll
right,
and you'll
cool.
you'll get it for free in a month.
Yeah. Uh, thank you.
Yeah, thank them. Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's complicated. My gosh.
Yeah.
But that's the great thing about Vici Dial. We're always adding new features, and sometimes the features are really complicated, and we'll go over some of those, like, let's see, call quota lead ranking. That was a great one. We developed this one for a political party in South Africa. Demographic quotas. That one was really interesting, and I could talk about it for an hour, and I probably won't talk about it for more than 30 seconds. But that's just an example. That was a huge project that really got more into penetration of lists and uh, alternate staggering of when the calls were placed in different time frames across different days, offset by numbers of days. It gets
Oh.
really complicated, and most people don't even know it exists, but there it is. It's available for free if you want it.
Okay.
Let's see. I think it's our break time. It's been a little
Yeah.
over 2 hours. So, any questions before we go on break?
No, sir.
Okay. We will be back at, let's say, 11:40. Hey, this makes it
Mm-hmm.
easy because you're 12 hours ahead of us. It's the same time. Just,
Yes.
I don't have the sun out right now. Okay.
Yeah, it's literally 12, 11 a.m. at my end.
Okay.
Late.
So we'll be back here at 11:40. I'm going to stop the recording and close the session so the recording really stops, and I will see you back here in 28 minutes.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Okay.
Thank
See
you.
you. Thank you.
Okay. Looks like he just got here.
All right, cool.
Yeah, I'm back. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, any questions before we head into the rest of campaigns?
I'm very curious about one, but it's not related to the task at hand at the moment. Maybe later you could, or along the way, you could explain to us how does one set up a 2 million call a day setup? How does that work?
Well, there are a lot of dialers.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, we will go over that on day 3. We talk about example setups and the equipment that's needed, and you need one really high-powered database server to drive it all. And then, as I mentioned, you have to archive your logs every night, and
Hmm.
but it does work. You have to keep the number of leads at a below a threshold, and you have to keep
Hmm.
the number of leads in the active lists for any single campaign under a certain threshold. And if you balance all of these things, you can achieve 2 million calls a day on a single cluster.
That
Now
is.
here's the really interesting part. The really interesting part. 4 years ago, we had a client that did political calling, and they had 10 clusters. So they had 9 clusters that each placed 1 million phone calls a
Okay,
day,
guys.
and they were transferring calls to the 10th cluster. And the 10th cluster had 250 agents that were handling anywhere between 250,000 and 500,000 inbound phone calls a day that were coming from the other 9 clusters that were transfers. And we've got a feature in ViCiDAO called cross-cluster communication, which means you can send a phone call from one ViCiDAO cluster to another ViCiDAO cluster, and it will send the lead data with it. So,
Oh.
yeah, so all of those 9 fronter clusters had leads that didn't exist on the closer cluster. And that lead data was sent with the phone call. And then, so the lead would just appear on the closer cluster when the call came over.
That's wow. So if I understand this correctly, the 9 clusters were outbound, and if, for
Yep,
example, we consider a call a lead is qualified, it is then transferred to the 10th cluster as a inbound call.
exactly.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah, they only had to set it up that way because of the volume they were dealing with. It was a lot of calls. It was on average 8 to 10 million calls a day.
How many agents
Excuse
did
me.
they have on the other clusters?
Uh, the peak was 1,600.
Each cluster.
No, no, total across all
Okay.
10 systems,
Uh-huh.
they had at their
Okay.
peak 1,600 agents.
That's a big campaign.
Yeah, there were 250 on the 10th cluster, the closer cluster. There were 250 agents,
250.
and the other 1,350 were spread across the other 9 clusters, depending upon what campaigns they were calling on. But it was political donations and political surveys during the 2020 presidential election.
Amazing. I mean, it just shows how powerful and
Yeah.
versatile VChat is.
Yep.
Man. Cool. All right. I have a lot of other questions, but I won't keep you for it. We're just going to go off track. Maybe later.
Okay. Let's see. I think we got to active. A lot of records inside of Vichadal will have an active yes/no, and this one is interesting because if you set active to no, then when an agent goes to log into a campaign, that campaign won't show up. So more than once we have gotten somebody on the night shift will set the campaign to active equals no. Somebody on the day shift comes in and they'll call us frantically saying a campaign has been deleted. And we're like, no, somebody just changed it inactive. And so you change it back to yes, and they're like, oh, wonderful, the campaign's back. Okay, if you say so. It never went anywhere. You just have to make sure your campaign is set to active equals yes, and then it will be available for agents to log in again. See, admin user group, I mentioned this is for user group segmentation. If you want to segregate the administrators from being able to see other in-groups or other campaigns, you'll see this throughout the system. I'm probably not going to mention it again, but that's why it's there. Park music on hold. This is if you park the customer. So that would be this button right here, park call. When you click this, it sends the customer to an audio recording or a set of audio recordings in order. This is something you define somewhere else in the system, but you can define a set of audio files excuse me, to be played to the customer. And in some cases, some clients will use this, for example, to play an advertisement to a client or a customer while they're on the phone as a pre-recorded message. Or it is if they, need to do some back-end process and don't want the customer to be listening in. That's the purpose of Park Music on Hold. And you click the pop-up and then you click which one you want, and then it will populate it. This one is a 35-minute Chopin piano recording, for example. That's available for free. So that's Park Music on Hold. Next, we have the 3 web forms. By default, you'll only see one. And in system settings, you can enable web form 2 and web form 3. You can have them go different places. You can have them include different information. There's a whole set of variables that can be used. Early on in Vichidal, we had to figure out how we were going to do variables. All the places that we needed to be able to do variables, so they had to be web safe. They had to work with scripting systems. And so we figured out the best way would be --a, excuse me, then the variable name, then --b --. So you see, for example, user is here, and the variable flags dash dash A dash dash and dash dash B dash dash are enclosing the user. The system will automatically take this. They will replace it with the user and remove the dashes and the A and B. And it will do that for all the variables that are in here. You see there's lead ID, there's address 3, there's vendor lead code, and this is how you can construct a URL dynamically so that it's taking the lead data. And this is one of the ways you can interact with a CRM. In this case, the agent would actually be seeing it because when they click on web form, it's going to create that URL and allow them to open that up in a new browser tab. Now there are some other things that are further down. Let's see here. Yeah, start call URL, dispo call URL, and no agent call URL. These all operate on the same variable framework as the web form. And I'll just go into this now. Why not? You can, by default, define one dispo call URL, or if you put the 3 letters ALT into here, it will let you define a lot more dispo call URLs. So in this case, if a dispo call URL is set to active equals yes, and the agent and the call makes it to an agent, the agent dispositions the call. Sorry, I've got something stuck in my throat. So the agent dispositions as, well, in this case, any disposition, or in this case, WN, that's wrong number, or sale, or CB test. So you can set the statuses that will be active for each dispo call URL. You could also set the lists that the calls are within. You can also set a minimum length of time of the phone call. So these are the 3 qualifiers for a lead or a phone call to have each of these dispo call URLs sent out on a per phone call basis. But I think the most I've ever seen, we had one client that had 20 of these. And they were all conditional, so it wasn't going to send out 20 on every phone call. Some of them were different for different statuses, but it gives you an idea of what the options are and what the flexibility is to send commands. The agent doesn't see these. The agent won't see the dispo call URL or the start call URL. They will see the web form URL if they click on it. But these are the options for getting data into some external system from Vici-Dial. Okay, so we're back at web forms. Let's see, web form target. This is where the web form will, when the agent clicks on it, where it will load it, what frame it will load it in. By default, it just opens it in a new browser tab. We do have clients that have built special framed containers for the agent screen, and then they will have a special frame that they want the web form to go into. One of the first clients we created this for was a centralized pizza ordering system where they had a call center that was operating for a franchise, a set of 8 pizza restaurants in Florida, and every phone call would go into this one call center, and the menus were slightly different at each of the 8 pizza restaurants. So they had a form set up so that they had the ViCiDial agent screen, and then they had the menu screen. So when a call came up, it would open up the menu screen for the specific restaurant in that predefined frame. That's all the web form target is for. You'll see a lot of these are the same as what we have seen already in users. We've got closers that allows inbound calls to be handled and for calls to be transferred to closers when agents log into this campaign. Allow emails would allow inbound email groups. Allow chats allows inbound chat groups. We'll cover those probably tomorrow. Allow inbound and blended allows outbound calls and inbound calls both to be handled by agents in this campaign. When you see phone calls in a campaign phone calls typically are outbound, and an in-groups phone calls are inbound. And you can have multiple in-groups phone calls inbound be handled by a single campaign or by multiple campaigns, but you can't share outbound across multiple campaigns with the exception of shared campaign groups, which is kind of complicated, and I'm not going to go over it right now. There's a whole document that talks about shared campaign groups. So there are ways to have an agent logged into multiple outbound campaigns. It works through time division. So if an agent is logged into 3 outbound campaigns, they'll spend 1 minute in campaign 1, 1 minute in campaign 2, 1 minute in campaign 3, then go back to campaign 1. Effectively, that's how it works. So I know this is all there are so many features built into ViCiDial. It's kind of hard to go into all of the iterations of the features that are offered. Yeah. So let's see. What's next? Dial statuses. So dial statuses are the statuses in the lists, the dispositions that the agents have set and that the system has set that are able to be dialed outbound again. So when you first load a list, all the leads are new and they're all new status. And that's the first one you see here, new. And then after you dial through the list, all the news disappear and you end up with no answers and busies and not interesteds and sales or whatever. And then you need to, and we'll see this when we go into lists, which is next, you can reset the list. And after you reset the list, the campaign will dial only the statuses that are set as dial statuses, and it will ignore the rest. So if you get a DNC, you notice DNC is not in this list of dial statuses, so DNC will not be called. Even though the entire list has been reset, you're only going to call the ones, statuses of the leads that you want to dial on. In conjunction with that, yeah.
So can we also bind user groups or agents to specific statuses? I
Not,
mean,
yeah,
yeah.
not within the same campaign. If you're doing auto dialing or predictive dialing, no, not within the same campaign. The system places the phone calls, and whoever the next agent is will get those phone calls. Now, that said, We do have clients that will use the Dispo call URL to move leads into different campaigns. So if somebody like for the client that we have that sells insurance, one of them, they will call up and ask about car insurance, and they'll ask about life insurance, and they'll ask about health insurance. And if the person is not interested in one of them, but is interested in one of the others, they actually have the system set up to move that lead. Say they're being called by the car insurance division, and the customer says, I'm not interested in car insurance, but I would like some life insurance. The agent sets the dispo X life, and the dispo call URL sees X life, and it says, okay, we're going to use the dispo move list function to move this lead over to the life insurance campaign. And so in that way, yes, you can move leads around so that they're handled by different groups of agents. But in this case, the agents are logged into different campaigns. But that is an example of the flexibility of what you can do with ViCiDial if you have, business requirements like that.
Interesting.
Let's see. Next, list order. So there are a lot of options here, but they're really just a lot of the same iterations of the maybe about a dozen different options. So this is the order in which calls are put into the hopper. Now with ViCiDial, you've got your leads, and then you've got a dial hopper. The hopper only keeps enough leads in it for each campaign to place phone calls for a few minutes at a time. So the system will grab, like 1,000 leads at a time, and it'll put them into the hopper, and it'll dial through enough of those leads to the point where it gets below the hopper level threshold, which we'll see further down here. Then it'll grab up another 1,000, for example, and put those into the hopper. So the system's able to just dial through the hopper instead of going back to the entire group of 10 million leads to select each one to dial. It's dialing from a much smaller hopper, which makes everything faster. So the list order is the order in which the leads are put into that hopper. And so you can order them by down or up. Now that's based upon the lead ID. Down means the older leads will be put in first. Up means the newer leads will be put in first. You can sort by phone number. Down means the phone numbers that start with 1 or 2 will go in first. We usually don't recommend using this method, especially on high volume campaigns, because you can saturate local exchange areas by doing that. So we don't recommend that. You can sort by last name. You can sort by the called count. So in this case, you're calling the leads. Down count is the leads that have been dialed the least. Up count is calling the leads that have been dialed the most. Random is random. It could pick 2 leads right next to each other, and then one at the very end of the list, and then one in the middle, and then another couple leads right next to the ones it just chose. It's random. It's not even or fair. It's random. Last call time will pick down last call time. Let's see, what is that? That is the longest ago dialed. Up last call time is the most recently dialed leads. Rank and owner, these are fields in ViCiDial list itself. So you can set a rank and have the leads inserted based upon the rank field or the owner field. You can dial by time zone. Let's see, and that's it. And then you've got all of these second new, third new, fourth new, fifth new, sixth new. What these do is they take this list of list orders and they will insert new leads. In this case, as every other lead will be new, every third lead will be new, every fourth, fifth, sixth lead will be new, and they will be interspersed amongst the non-new leads in the lists amongst the statuses that you have selected to dial for the campaign. So that's list order. List order randomize. Yes, this gets more complicated. Say yes.
Okay.
So let's say you're using down count. So what list order randomize will do, let's say you've called through the list twice and you're halfway through the third time calling through the list. If randomize is set to no, you're going to be calling those leads in the same order every time. If you set randomize to yes, it's going to call, that second group or that group of second tries, but it's going to call them in a different order. It's going to randomize them instead of calling them all again in the same order. That's the only reason you'd really want to turn this on, is if you're using a very non-variable list order like down count, because down count isn't like, the call attempts counter of a lead is not like a phone number. It's not unique. You're going to have, the first time you call through a list, you're only going to have one value in the called count. So having a secondary option, really randomizes just another secondary option. This is list order secondary. You could also sort by lead ID, by vendor lead code, or by call time. Or you can use this option and use randomize. The reason these are separate options is because a client paid us to make them separate options. That's why they're like that. Next is list mix. I don't recommend using list mix. It's complicated and it is very intensive to try to manage. We added this for a client in England that wanted very detailed control over the mix of leads that went into the dial hopper for each campaign. They had a dedicated employee who did nothing but manage and maintain their lead inventories. They had 30-page printouts every morning of the statuses and the lists in their system. And this one lead manager would do nothing all day but adjust the list mix so that they were calling every group of optimal leads in the exact right order. And it was a very intensive job, and they were happy with it. Then this employee decides she's going to take a 2-week cruise. And the managers decide, well, instead of trying to train somebody else, we'll just we'll turn off list mix and we'll just call these statuses across all our lists. So while she's gone, their calling rates, their sales rates, their success rates are identical to when she was there. So they never turned list mix back on. They gave her a different job to do, and hardly anybody uses list mix. But it's there. Now, the reason we still have clients that use it today, they use it in very small, limited, targeted ways. They'll turn it on for like 10 minutes to get through a very specific targeted group of leads. Then they'll turn it off. That's about the best use case for list mix, because list mix is not intelligent. It will not say, 15% of my leads to be inserted into the hopper have to be callbacks, answering machine left message, not interested, or busy. It will not understand that if those don't exist, it just tries to pick something else. It just won't put anything in. So what happens when people try to use ListMix, they don't manage it. Nobody that tries to use it manages it properly. They don't refresh things. They don't bother looking at their inventory. So what happens is you get 2 leads put into the hopper every minute instead of 1,000. And then they give us a call and say, our system's broken. It's not dialing enough leads. And then we look and we see, why do you have ListMix enabled? I don't know. The other guy had it enabled. And so we turn off ListMix and then everything's fine. So yeah. Time to move on. Don't recommend using ListMix. I don't know if you noticed at the very top, warning, we only recommend ListMix for advanced users. Please read the manager manual. Speaking of which, have either of you read the manager manual?
Not yet, sir. We do have it.
Okay.
I've been trying to use it for small support sort of a thing, but haven't gone through it. But I think now is the time that I can, whilst we are having a training and also making notes, we can refer back to it and then start making good use of it then.
Sounds like a great idea. It is like 600 pages, so pace yourself. And if you fall asleep, that's
Yeah,
okay.
635, I think.
Yeah, I fell asleep writing it, so don't feel bad if you fall asleep reading it.
Yeah.
It's taken a lot of. I mean, it started out as like 50 pages, and now it's like 600. I just keep adding stuff to it.
Hmm.
So anyway, let's see. That is ListMix. Lead filter. Yes, we talked about lead filters a little bit. I'll actually show you what one looks like. This is a lead filter. It's a segment of structured query language, SQL, database language. In this case, you are, oh, what is this? I can't remember okay. So we're going to grab leads that are a called count of greater than 3, or if it's a called count 1, then it has to be in these statuses and have been called longer than 2 minutes ago, or if it's called count of 2, it has to be in these statuses and called longer than 30 minutes ago, or if it is a called count 3, these statuses and called more than an hour ago. I think that's what that means. We built this based upon one specific customer's requirement. This is one of the ways that you can enforce business rules on recycling of leads that you're calling, by building it right into the database queries that pull leads out. So the whole purpose of a filter is to further restrict what you're calling back. So this is not going to add to, this is going to take away from. So if you have all of these dial statuses defined here, a filter is a way of restricting within these dial statuses. Like, for instance, I don't want to call back anybody who I called within the last 60 minutes. If you just reset the list, that could be a very good filter to use, so you're sure you're not calling back people too quickly. That's just an example. Okay. Next, we get into the demographic quota stuff. All of these 6 are related. Auto active new list, call quota lead ranking, demographic quotas, forced re-rank, list resets, and the actual container. There is a whole document that goes over call quota lead ranking, and it is not a small document. It goes over exactly how it works, some of the statistics involved, the options that go into a container, and basically the goal around how call quota lead ranking works. Basically designed around getting a representative sample. The client we wrote this for is using it basically for political polling, and their whole goal was to get a representative sample and to penetrate the list in a way that was calling back leads at different times, at different days, different times of the day as well as trying to get specific demographic quotas, like, for instance, the age 18 to 24, the age 25 to 34. We want to have 47 of these. We want to have 50 of or 70 of these. We want to have 72 of these. So it was a way of filling quotas for specific demographics. You've got geography, you've got age, you've got political party, you've got gender. That's the whole purpose of demographic quotas. And if you wanted to learn more about it, there's a doc, but we have to move on. Let's see, Hopper drop run trigger. We had a client that wanted us to create a way for them to call back all the drops they'd had that day. So what they would do is just after lunch, after their agents came back from lunch, they would click on this and it would trigger calling back, or it would put the drops right back into the hopper, kind of skip to the front of the line for dropped calls. And kind of the antithesis of that, the opposite of that, is the drop lockout time. This was added actually for the United Kingdom. Calling in Britain, they have a law that states if you auto dial a phone number and it drops without going to a human, you cannot call that number again for 72 hours. So that's the purpose of drop lockout time. Not a law in the US or Canada, or I don't know any other country that has it, but that's why it's there, because of the UK. Next, we've got called count limit. What this will do is it will not auto dial or will not put into the hopper any call, in this example, any lead that has been called 25 times or more. Called count target, this is a reporting parameter. This is not restricting anything. This is the point at which a lead would become penetrated or used up. So you could say over 3. There's some reporting further down that has this parameter used. Next, we've got daily called count limits, which is per day. So it resets at midnight. So in this case, I was doing some testing. You could put a 3 there and say you can't call any lead within this campaign more than 3 times. Then there's a separate parameter or separate setting where you can basically override that for manual dial calls only. And then there's another parameter that doesn't tie the called count to lead, but it ties it to a phone number, which is different, because you can have multiple leads with the same phone number in the same Vici dial system. Next, these settings I had to create for the state of Florida. because for some reason the state of Florida legislators decided that doing things per day was not good enough. We had to do them per rolling 24-hour timetables. So I had to create a whole new set of features around a 24-hour called count, because you could call somebody at 3 p.m. and then 5 p.m. and then the next day at 10 a.m. and noon, and that would be considered 4 phone calls within a 24-hour period, even though it was only 2 phone calls per day. So yes, the Florida legislature codified this as a law, and now you can't legally call people more than 3 times in a 24-hour period. Other states that had done similar laws did it based upon daily call count limits. There's some other countries out there that have daily call count limits, but Florida decided daily was not good enough. We have to do 24 hours. So there you go.
So is it like 24 hours during the work hour? So if you have 8 hours working hours, and then they calculate the days upon that.
It's rolling. So let's say it's noon, and the previous day you had a phone call to the same number at 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. And
Mhm.
the morning you had a phone call at 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. That is 4 phone calls, even though 2 of them happened the previous day, 20 hours ago. So under daily called count, that would be 2. Under 24-hour call count, that would be 4, because the
Uh-huh.
calls were placed in the afternoon the previous day and in the morning the current day. So
Right.
that's why it's different. There are a few additional states. I think Oklahoma and Washington State have also followed Florida's lead and have 24-hour call count limits now. But as I mentioned, I don't think there are any countries that do this. So,
Yeah.
but the feature's there if you want to use it.
Yeah.
Okay, Hopper. Hopper is next. Minimum Hopper level. This is if you were placing a ton of phone calls, say 2 million per day, you need the Hopper level to be set to 5,000. It is best to not have the Hopper set that high for smaller campaigns. And one of the big reasons is, let's say you are calling people. Well, okay, so here's a real world example. We had a client, they have a campaign that places 200 phone calls in a day. They had the Hopper limit set to 5,000. So they would load leads at 8 a.m. Eastern time, and then the leads would never get loaded into the Hopper again. So after a week, we get a phone call from them. We're not calling anybody in Central Time Zone or Mountain Time Zone or Pacific Time Zone. Why are we only calling people in Eastern? And we looked at their call times, we looked at all their other settings, and then we're like, well, I don't know, this doesn't make any sense, because they were calling from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So what happened was the Hopper ran once, and they were only placing like 100 to 200 phone calls, so they never even made a significant dent in that 5,000 that they loaded in the morning at 8 a.m. And the call time was, Eastern time was the only time zone that was available when they started calling. And since the Hopper never ran again, none of the other time zones got pulled in. So that's why they were placing all those phone calls. So if they had the Hopper level set to 5, then it would have been able to handle the low volume of calls they were placing. And as the day went on, they would have been able to get into Central and Mountain and Pacific time zone leads. So that's one of the reasons. The other reason is inbound phone calls. If you load a lead into the hopper and you get an inbound phone call, there is a mechanism to remove leads from the hopper as a part of a Dispo call URL process, but that's not enabled by default, and it does take some planning to put that into place, depending on how many in-groups you're using. The problem happens where, let's say you call somebody in the morning, and then you are planning on calling them again in the afternoon. Well, the lead gets loaded into the hopper. Let's say you have it set to 5,000. You're placing 20,000 calls in a day. So 5,000 is going to last like 3 or 4 hours, to get through for the hopper. So it gets loaded into the hopper at noon. You still haven't called them at 2 p.m. They call in at 3 p.m. They're still in the hopper. You get off the phone with them at 3 p.m. And then at 4 p.m., your system auto dials them because it's still sitting in the hopper. That's another reason to make sure your hopper level is set only so that you have enough to call for a few minutes and not way too high. That kind of leads to the next one, automatic hopper level. I usually don't recommend enabling this because if you have anything that operates outside of a very predictable dialing amount throughout the day, it doesn't always react well. The next setting is a multiplier of the hopper level. Again, doesn't matter if you have it disabled. Auto trim hopper, I don't recommend using this, especially if you have scheduled callbacks, because those get inserted into the hopper automatically by default. Not if they're user only callbacks, but if they're anyone callbacks, they do. As well as lead recycling. So it actually can hamper those features from running if you have auto trim enabled. So I recommend disabling that. Hopper VLC dupe check. If you aren't doing multi-lead auto alt dialing, which is further down, you don't want to enable that. It can cause problems. Manual dial hopper check. Now this is another reason to keep the hopper level lower, but this is a feature that is based around mitigating that. This will remove a lead from the hopper if somebody independently decides they want to call that phone number. So, using that example, a lead got loaded into the hopper at noon. Somebody gets an email and they want to call back that number at 1 p.m. The system will say, oh, that's in the hopper. I'm going to delete it from the hopper so it doesn't get called back later. That's what manual dial hopper check is. So you can set this to yes, and it will prevent later dialing of a lead that was loaded much earlier into the hopper.
Matt, I have a question.
Yes.
All right, so when you click on the drop down, any of the drop down, the yes and no ones, the YN ones.
Yes, you see two of them at the bottom.
Yeah, what's up with that?
So this is their fixed menus, and then what the current value is at the bottom. So, for example, force reset of hopper, the value is currently no. Oh, well, that's a bad one because that doesn't get stored anywhere. That actually is a function.
Okay.
VLC dupe checks. That was, you see what was selected was the one at the bottom. So you have
Yeah.
yes, you have no, and then you have whatever the value from the database is. Yeah, that's lazy programming. My fault.
Yeah, because I just recently started doing these support tickets on for ViCi Dial, and
Yep.
I always get confused. why do I see two of the same things in the same drop down? Which one is the right one? Which is the wrong one?
Well, I mean, it's partially lazy programming, but it's also here's the thing. There are some features in ViCi where, and I can't think of any off the top of my head. Well, no, one of them is actually auto dial level.
Uh-huh.
So there's a feature in system settings where you can set the maximum auto dial level. And so let's say maximum auto dial level on the system settings on Monday was set to 20. And so then you set it in the campaign to 20. And then on Tuesday, an administrator says, no, we need to lower our maximum auto dial level to 10. Well, it's not going to change the campaign setting. So if you go into that campaign that was set to 20 and there's no option for 20, how do you show that that's what it's currently set to? So using the lazy programming technique where you just print whatever value is currently set for it, it will still show you what it's set to, and it will allow that to be maintained as long as you don't change it. Whereas if you only show the allowable values, then you would end up with either a blank or something that's not the current value being shown for auto dial level. That's
Right. Okay.
that's the
So
programming
you
real world case for doing what I did, but yes, it was just lazy programming.
right. So if we were to change no to a y and to a y, then we are going to, when we open the drop down again, we're going to see the y two times.
Correct.
The bottom one being the current state it is in.
Yes.
Okay. Can we switch this from a drop down to a flick switch, like a on and off switch, like it's slider or something?
Uh, I mean, you could if you wanted to.
Okay. All right.
There are over 3,000 settings, so it might take you a while.
Yeah. Copy
And
paste.
yeah, and some of these settings that start out as yes no uh,
Mm.
become something else. Case in point,
Oh.
custom caller ID.
Mm.
It started out as
Mm.
yes no, and then we added other options.
Right.
So I mean that's the story of ViCi. We keep adding more options all the time. Somebody wants,
Maybe
yeah,
that
somebody wants a,
explains the.
yeah, somebody
Sorry.
wants a feature slightly changed, and we add more options. That's how it works.
Right. So that explains the uh, GUI, the skin. It's easy
Yes,
to maintain with all of the changes.
yes, yeah. I mean, we did do some overhauls early on, but it's very basic, and it's basic
Hmm.
because we have spent our time adding functionality and not really making it pretty.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
it, the goals around, the primary goals of Ichidial are functionality, features, and stability.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
we
Some of
you
our.
know you can spend time making it pretty, but that takes away the time from adding features and making it stable. And so
Yeah, I
we
completely get
don't,
it.
yeah, we don't spend the time making it pretty because it's free. So
Hmm.
why spend time making it works. It's very
Yeah.
stable. It can be very stable if you scale it properly and maintain it, uh,
Hmm.
and it has more features than any other dialer out there. Um, you can't.
True.
Nothing is even close. Some of them have some features that ViCiDial doesn't, but
Hmm.
ViCiDial has more features than any other system. So
Yeah. I mean, it's the go-to. Because I asked because some of our clients were like, we don't like the graphical user interface. We don't like how it looks. So we had to
Yep.
build on that and give them a updated version
Yeah.
of it.
Nobody wants to pay for pretty.
Yeah.
That's basically the problem. You say, okay, well, will you give us $50,000 to overhaul everything and make it pretty? No.
Mm. No.
So we did have a client that said they wanted to do that, and we never got past the concept drawing stage
Right.
because and they even put some money towards it, but then they ended up so we went back and forth. We did some mock-ups. We had, you know, ideas. They gave us ideas. We came up with some samples of making it look prettier. And
Mm-hmm.
in the end, what they said was, you know what, it works. It works great. Our agents know it. It doesn't need to be pretty. And then they
Mm-hmm.
had us put all that development money that we hadn't utilized toward adding new features that they decided they needed that were more important than making it look pretty.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
And
understandable.
this is the client that paid for us to add screen colors actually. Um, and the reason they wanted to do that is they had three separate
Mm.
clusters, and they had to be separate for legal reasons. One of them was like debt collection. The other was a state attorney general contract, and it had to be like all the agents were in a locked room and they had to leave their cell phones before they went into the locked room. And so they had these three systems, and the problem was some not very smart person created campaigns with the same name in all three systems, and they were active. And so somebody who was unfamiliar or didn't bother checking was logged into one system and changed something that they really shouldn't have changed, and it screwed up. It was a big problem for them. And so
Mhm.
they said, we need to know the instant you look at the admin interface, you are on system A or system B or system C. And so we added screen colors. And so system A is green, system B is blue, and system C is red. So they can
Okay.
see instantly, oh, I see blue, so I must be on system B. So
Mm.
that's why we added screen colors was for them, because they had a big problem, and that's the most recent cosmetic change that we've had. But the code is so complicated, and there's so many features and moving parts. It's really difficult to make a universal change to the agent screen. We still have clients that operate agent screens on an 800 by 600 screen, monitor.
Well,
And most of the ideas that people send us for mock-ups are these huge, 2000 by 1000 monitor screens. They're like, okay, let me show you what our client with 200 agents would see when they log in. And it's this little square. And like, how are you? What's your plan for
Yeah, yeah.
scaling this? And they, oh, we didn't really plan
We
for
can. I mean, every
So
second is
that's
growing. Yeah.
that's another issue. Vici Dial was made to be scalable. It was made to be viewed on a tiny screen. Um,
mm.
and it's made to be simple. There, because there's so many features, you can't have, you know, we
Mm.
had a client, we had a client that rewrote the Vici agent screen with jQuery and using a
Mhm.
whole bunch of dynamic elements, and it didn't even run on a base level laptop. The screen would just the browser would freeze.
Aha.
You had to have
So
like
have,
a game. You had to have a gaming laptop to even run it because all the elements were running, and dynamic all the time, and it just crashed. And that's the other problem. I mean, VCDAL, the agent screen, has over 100 AJAX calls in it, and you use
Oh,
something like
okay.
jQuery, it can't handle that.
Mm,
It's not built to. It's it has all these moving parts that are getting different pieces of info and using it for different purposes all over the place. It's not really, it's not built for a framework, and
mhm.
the data in out is so complicated because it's been added to for 20 years. And you know, yes, we could make it pretty, but it would take away development time, and nobody has been willing to put any significant money into what it would take to make it pretty. So that's why
Understood.
it's not pretty.
Understood. Which brings me to my next question. Um, because we have so many options and features and all of these things that you're showing us and sharing with us. Uh, for instance, if we are to install VT Dial, okay, can we select the options like a basic option and then as you go up you start adding features to it, or you can just select the features you want as a basic setup and then move on from there?
To a point, there are a lot of things that aren't enabled by default, like 24-hour call count. That's a system. You have to turn a system setting on for that to show up. And
Hmm.
you'll see in like if I go to system settings, there are a whole bunch of things in here that are let's see, like pause code time limits. If this isn't enabled, you don't see
Hmm.
the settings for it in in the pause code screen.
Hmm.
If what is it? Okay, a lot of like enable first web form, second web form, third web form, second script tab, text to
Hmm.
speech, call card, international DNCs, DID system filter, answer configuration, all of this stuff. Um, and basically, most of the stuff that is enable is turning on additional settings, and all this stuff is disabled by default. So a new system
So,
install, you won't see any of these settings
right,
on
okay.
like the campaign screen. Now that's not true of everything, but demographic quotas that we went through, that has 6 settings in the campaign screen.
Mm,
It's off by default, so you don't see any of those settings. Uh,
mm,
call quota lead ranking, same thing. Um, custom list fields. Let's see. A lot of this stuff that says enable, if you don't enable GDPR, it won't show up in the user screen. So there are dozens of settings and system settings that are off by default that um, combined put together, I don't know, up to 100 fields if they're all
mm.
enabled. And this is a development system, so of course they're all enabled. Um, but yeah, so to a point. Now, if a feature is pretty simple, we probably won't have created a system setting to turn it off or on, and it'll just show up in the campaign detail screen. Um,
Right.
and you can leave it as default, or change it if you want to, but we don't really have, there is the campaign basic screen, there's campaign detail and there's campaign basic, and basic only has a few settings, and that's it. Very simple stuff. It's leaving most of it out, and you can actually restrict a manager from seeing campaign detail so they only see campaign basic. So that's an example, at least on the campaign side. They can't change any of these settings, but they can basically monitor their campaign, change the dial statuses, change the list order, the hopper level, some other basics, the auto dial level. They can change a few things, like, a dozen total fields, but nothing else. So we do have some clients that will use the basic view for some managers because they don't want them to see all the options that are available in detail. But back to your question, there really is no option to just pick and choose only the settings you want. But by default, you're not going to see as many as I've been showing you, or as many as are on this screen right now.
Sorry, I have a quick question on this thing. So
Okay.
for most of the options, we have 0, 1, 0 and 1, right, for the setting permissions. 0 for disabled and 1 for enabled. And also I do see option number 2. So what's the difference?
Yes. Either it's let's see, for users, let's go to users, because I know there's some. I mentioned GDPR. That's one of them, where 2 is not only enabled, but it also allows you to do something else. So let's see here. Yeah, so there's 0, 1, and 2. They're like modify leads. Modify leads. You got 0 through 5. So if you go into the help, it tells you what, let's see, if this option is set to 1 or 3, allows the user to modify leads in the admin section lead search results page. If the option is set to 2 or 4, the admin user can modify all lead fields except for the phone number. If the option is set to 3 or 4, allows the user to modify the log statuses of the logs. If this option is set to 5, it is read-only mode for modify leads, so they can see the modify lead page but not change anything. So that's an example. It will usually, the help will usually tell you what those other options are for. In some cases, in system settings, for example, there are, let's just say it's room for growth. Like we'll have 0 through 6, but only really, if it's 1 or higher, then that means the feature's enabled and there's nothing that 2 does differently than 1. In some cases, 2 was used for testing features and it was left in system settings. System settings is not something that most admin users really need to go into. But for things like the user, they should all be documented, what those different options mean. That makes sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Go back to Hopper. Let's see. Force reset of Hopper. If you set this to yes and you submit, it will delete all of the leads from the dial hopper. And you have to wait up to a minute for the system to load them back in before any calls can be placed. But the reason we added that is if you made a bunch of changes to like the dial statuses or anything, filters or anything else, and you want to make sure you aren't calling any more of the old settings, then you can force the reset of the hopper. So it will have to load them under the new rules that the new settings you just changed. Hopper hold inserts. This is only if you have HCI, that clicker agent feature enabled, because you have it means that the leads don't go into the hopper, they get put on hold, and then once the agent who's doing nothing but clicking all day gets to that lead, it gets put into the real hopper, and then it can be dialed by the system. That's the whole purpose behind that. Disabled by default, so you won't see it on a brand new install. Okay, next is the green section. This is kind of the heart of a ViCiDial campaign, how it handles outbound calls, really. And if it is auto dialing, then how the pacing, the aggressiveness, and just the dialing overall happens. So we've got a couple of manual dial methods. We've got manual, which just allows only outbound click to dial calls. So the agent clicks to start the dial. They can preview a lead before they dial it. You also have something called inbound man, which allows outbound dialing and handling of inbound calls as well. And then all the rest of these options are basically predictive dialing and auto dialing. So ratio is a fixed ratio, and it will not change depending on the answer rate or agent availability. It will dial a flat rate, keep a flat number of lines per agent active and dialing as long as the agents are active. You have the three adapt options, which will modify that auto dial level depending upon the answer rate, the amount of time agents spend in phone calls, the agent availability, whether they're paused, they're waiting, they're in talk. All of those are different inputs for the predictive dialer algorithm to figure out the optimal auto dial level to reduce the drop numbers and effectively deliver calls to agents in the most efficient way possible. So that's what the adapt options are. Shared, you remember earlier I mentioned the ability to time slice an agent across multiple campaigns, outbound campaigns. That's what shared is for. If you're interested in shared, there is a document, agent multi-campaign dialing, and it goes over all of the options, how it works, and an example of how to set up a shared campaign with the associated inbound groups to get it working. We created this for a client in India. It's actually calling people in multiple languages. They would have agents skilled in specific languages. And so if you had an agent that could speak 3 languages, they were in all 3 outbound campaigns. You had an agent that could speak 2, they were only in 2 of the campaigns. And that way you could have them dial outbound in the same campaigns, and the calls could get answered, and everything was much more efficient because they weren't segregated into individual campaigns. It's a much more effective way of utilizing multi-skilled agents in an outbound setting. That's what shared is for. Not going to talk about it much more because it's complicated and we don't have the time for that. But if you're interested, read the document. It is complicated. We have several clients using it now, and it works. It's just complicated.
Matt, I have a question. You can let me
Yes.
know if you're going to answer it later. But the bigger setups, for example, 1600 agents, 1000 agents, when you're setting up VC dial, and when you are adding or creating agents within it, is there a way to bulk import all of those? How do you actually do it? Is there a template that we can follow?
Let's see. If you go to, there's something called admin. Okay. So on the reports screen, this is the report screen. If you're a level 9 user, there's this little link down here at the bottom called admin utilities.
Mm.
So you click on that and you get this wonderful page. If you do not know what these utilities do, you should probably not use them. But there are a lot of reports here, debug reports. We've got these great agent latency report, latency gaps for monitoring network stability on agent connections. Um, URL log report, agent debug log report. I spend a lot of time looking at that when clients have problems. SIP events. Let's see, lots of good reports in here, but we've also got this admin bulk tools. So we've got DID bulk copy, DID bulk delete, uh, CID, that's caller ID groups, bulk add, and at the bottom we've got user bulk copy. You can create a range of user IDs in your system. You can bulk delete users. There's nothing to take an existing group of names and import those at once. We have done something like that just with raw MySQL before for clients, but
Mm-hmm.
we don't actually have like a user importer utility at this point. Nobody's ever, said that they wanted it. Nobody's ever paid for us to create something like that. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
but it's all database entries, so it's not terribly hard to craft. If you have a list of users, you can create user IDs in a spreadsheet program, and then you can just create the SQL inserts from that in a matter of minutes. And that's when we've had to do it. I think maybe I've done it a dozen times in 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that frequent. Um, but
Right. So because we normally have around some of our clients have when they sign up, they start off with 100 and then they add a few 100 more later or something of that sort. So the initial setup, what I've noticed is it gets really repetitive and you have to go in and create every agent one by one. And I just feel like it's just something that could be automated in some way or the other. Hoping there was an import CSV import sort of a thing where you just put all the information in VTdial's template format and then upload it and it creates the users for you, something of that
yeah, we
sort.
could. I'm sure we could build something to do that. Just nobody's ever asked us for that, or
Uh-huh.
requested a quote for us to create it. So
Hmm.
I'm sure it's possible. It's just not usually, like on our hosted platform, we'll create like 10 agent users, and
Hmm.
then the customer will, the system will have default passwords that are randomized, and so the
Hmm.
customer will just change the name of each of those 10 users, and then they'll just go on from there. That's usually
Right.
how it works. So this, the user bulk copy allows you to create those 10 users from a
Mm-hmm.
template user.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just have to fill in the names yourself. But yeah, that if you have like 100 names, I could see how that would be undesirable.
Yeah, okay, so at least most of the work can be done by just copying the template and then putting it into a range,
Yeah,
and most of the work is done there. All you need to do is get someone to do the data entry, which is the names.
yeah, or you can just SQL it. Just say, where user ID is 1001, uh, set full name equals Bob Smith. Where
Mm,
user ID is 1002, set uh, full name equals Sally Johnson.
mm,
If you have a
mm,
list of names, you could,
mm,
once you've created all those users, you could
mm.
you could just modify the names and not have to go into each screen
Right.
and copy and paste manually
Mm,
100 times. We've
mm.
done things like that before. It's not that complicated. I just did something like that last month, actually, for
Understood.
a group of, what was that? DIDs. They wanted descriptions added to DIDs, and they had the DID pattern, which is the phone number,
Mm-hmm.
and they had the descriptions they wanted added. And so I just took the spreadsheet and I inserted the SQL, and it was done in about 5 minutes for, geez, how many was that? 500 DIDs. I
Wow,
didn't have to
okay.
do anything manually. It was just,
Where do you go ahead and upload that then?
it's just MySQL. It's a
Right.
database, so you could either use a MySQL client, or I usually um, just put it in a .sql file, upload it to the server, and then execute it manually on the command line.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we have a lot of clients that'll use like PHP MyAdmin.
Mm-hmm.
It's a web-based interface for MySQL. We have
Mm-hmm.
clients that'll use SQL Studio, on a Windows machine that just connects directly to the database, and there are a bunch of tools built around that.
Mm-hmm.
You need to be careful. We
Mm-hmm.
we had one client that not very smartly attached their Access database to MySQL, and Access has a habit of doing select star from all tables and
Mm-hmm.
locking up your database for hours. So we don't recommend that.
Okay.
But yeah, it's if you for limited, controlled, careful use, it can save you a ton of time.
Okay. I apologize for stopping you and asking you these such questions because
No, that's fine.
we foresee ourselves doing the deployment in the coming next 2 weeks or so. It's Santosh and I who are going to be taking over. So I was just thinking from that point of view also because we do have a lot of clients coming in and the projects to deploy, and they are somewhat from 100 and plus agents per campaign or something of that sort. I was just wondering how am I supposed to save time doing all of this repetitive stuff. So I'll look into that SQL thing. If I have any questions, I'll reach out to you or something of that sort.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, we're in the green section. So you have auto dial level threshold. Now, this basically says under certain circumstances, set the auto dial level down to 1.0 and don't let it go above that. So in this case, you could say if we got below 3 non-paused agents. So let's say you normally have 50 agents in this campaign, and it's dialing away, and it's lunchtime, and you start to see agents go on pause. And so you get to the point where you only have 3 agents that are not paused in this whole campaign of 50 agents. Well, that tells you, that's a red flag. So the system will set the auto dial level down to 1.0, so it's not dialing anywhere near as much when you get below that threshold of 3 agents in not paused, active in the system. Available only tally. This is a, I don't know, confusing set of words that says basically only place phone calls for agents that are waiting for phone calls. Don't use the full predictive algorithm where you're going to be placing phone calls for agents that are in dispo and agents that are waiting and agents that are talking to a customer right now. You only want to, when available only tally is turned on, you're only going to place phone calls for agents that are waiting, actively waiting to receive a phone call. You can disable this, but have it enabled at a threshold as well. So you could say non-paused agents gets down to 2, then available only tally will be enabled. But once you get above 2 agents that are not paused, then it's going to turn available only tally off. That's how that works. These are just different ways of influencing how the outbound dialing algorithm happens. Agent in call tally seconds threshold. I have to look this one up. Yes, so this is if the agent's in long phone call, they wouldn't be counted as part of the agent in call, the predictive algorithm for placing phone calls. This is the target drop percentage limit. You have it set to 100. It's not really much of a limit. It'll let your drop rate go really high. Legally, technically in the United States and several other countries, the limit is 3% for drop rates. If you want to keep below 3% drop rate, that means if you're in one of the adaptive dial methods, then this is the primary target of what it's looking at, the drop percentage limit. So if you're in adapt hard limit and the drop rate goes above 3%, it's going to drop your auto dial level down to 1.0 until your drop rate is below 3%. That's how that works. The maximum adapt dial level is the highest you will let the system go, or let the predictive algorithm of this specific campaign go. Latest server time, this is the time that you stop dialing on this campaign, and it really only affects the adapt tapered dial method. You don't use that, then this field isn't used for anything. This is basically the adapt tapered allows the campaign to much more slowly adapt to the drop rate limit. So it's not going to change it from 3.0 to 1.0 immediately after running over the drop percentage limit. If you have 12 hours of phone calls left to go, it will start lowering that dial level, but it's not going to, lower it down to 1.0 right away. Let's see. Next, we've got the adapt intensity modifier. What the heck does that mean? It's how aggressive the predictive algorithm is going to be. And you could go from plus 40 to negative 40. It just means if you have this set to a positive number, it's going to make bigger changes on the upside. So if the predictive algorithm thinks you need to go from 2.0 to 3.0, and you have this set to 10, it's going to go from 2.0 to 3.1. That's all. And if it's set to 10 and if it needs to go from 3.0 to 2.0, it's going to go from 3.0 to 2.1. It's going to be always 10% more intense on its modifications that happen when it adjusts the dial level every 15 seconds. The dial level difference target, this is basically the system pretending it either has more or less agents than it really does. And this is a way of keeping your dial or your drop limit lower, or keeping calls lined up for agents to reduce your agent wait time. So if you have it set to -1, it's going to try to have agents waiting for calls all the time. So it's going to place less phone calls. If you have it set to +1, it's going to basically pretend that one of the agents isn't there, and it's going to be placing more phone calls to try to always have calls waiting for your existing agents. The target calculation method, this is, will it affect the actual calls placed, or is it only going to affect the calculation of the auto dial level? Concurrent transfers, this was a bottleneck problem early on in ViCiDial. Basically, the number of calls that have to wait in line, and do you want to wait for the next one in line to get sent to an agent before you're able to route the next one? This was a problem we had with very early on with a campaign that had 200 agents, and we had very strict concurrent transfers. It was basically one concurrent transfer. So the next call in line, even if it was only 2 milliseconds behind the next one, would have to wait until the routing had happened before it would allow the next call in line to route to an agent, because you've got agents spread across multiple dialers. So there's always something going on. And the problem was it was waiting for confirmation that the first phone call in queue had gotten to its agent before it would start sending the second call in queue to its agent. So when we broke down that bottleneck, we made that auto by default, and that would say it was 10% +1. So if you had 200 agents, then it would allow 21 concurrent transfers to happen. So the 21 next calls in queue could all be sent without waiting for routing to finish. And so it made everything a lot more efficient. And we, a few years ago, just added 10,000 to this to effectively put no limit on it. For some clients that were running, what was it? I think it was survey campaigns. You have the problem with survey campaigns where the call shows us live when it's playing the survey question. So you needed to manually set the concurrent transfers higher. But that's why that exists. Queue priority, you'll see this on outbound and on inbound. This is basically, it works a lot like next agent call. Outbound is usually defaulted to, I think, 99, and inbound is defaulted to 50. You always want to have the outbound side, the calls get to agents before the inbound side, because when people call inbound, they expect to wait. When people answer an outbound phone call, they don't expect to wait. So it's important to have the queue priority set higher for outbound calls. Now, we do have some clients that do the opposite, and that's okay. I don't understand most of the use cases for that, but there it is. It's most important on the inbound side when you have, higher priority inbound queues that you want to get answered before the lower priority inbound calls. So that's what queue prioritization is for. Let's see, if you're using shared dialing, this is the rank of the campaign amongst the other campaigns. This will determine which one takes priority, which one gets called on, and time sliced first for the agents that are spread across it. Multiple campaign drop rate group. This was something else created for the United Kingdom, UK, where you are allowed to have multiple campaigns put into a single drop rate calculation, because the drop rate is supposed to be calculated per company and not per campaign like it is here in the US. Inbound queue no dial. This says if there are any inbound calls that are able to be handled by agents in this campaign, halt the auto dialing. That's it. That's its purpose. We have had clients that have forgotten they set up inbound groups, never turned off the DIDs that routed to the inbound groups, and then we'll just get a call one day. Why is this campaign not dialing? Something's broken. And we go in and we look, somebody has turned this feature on, and you have an in-group with calls sitting in it that no agents have been handling, and that's why the dialing turned off. So it does serve its purpose. It's a way of reducing the drop rate when you get a sudden influx of inbound calls, or reducing the drop rate on outbound calls. So inbound no agents no dial. This is if there are no agents available. You set this by a settings container. Let's see, group list. Most clients don't use this feature. It's there if you want it. Time to move on. There's a threshold for that. Auto alt number dialing. This is a favorite amongst debt collectors, being able to dial phone number 1, phone number 2, phone number 3 for each lead until you get a hold of that customer or that debtor. Let's see. Next agent call. We already talked about some of this, but there are some other options beyond just rank and grade. You can also do oldest call start, oldest call finish, overall user level. You can use that as your ranking. Most people don't. Let's see, fewest calls. This is the most egalitarian way. Whoever has the least number of calls for the day will get the next phone call. Longest wait time, which is different from oldest call finish, because wait time, if you pause and then you unpause, you start your wait time over again. Overall user level wait time, campaign rank wait time, fewest calls wait time, and random. These are all the options available for next agent call. Local call time, 24 hours means no restrictions. Beyond that, you want to set this to, let's see, the default for most campaigns here in the US, 800 to 2100. So that's 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Local time. This will calculate the time zones based upon the area codes by default. There's also an option to do it by zip code, to calculate the time zone that the phone call exists within, also using the country code. It's all done on the back end. We can talk more about that on day 3 if you're interested. But this is the way that the system knows to call the leads at the proper times. Let's see, dial timeout. This is very important. You don't want to set this higher than, I think, 110. is at 2 minutes, then it begins to have some logging issues. But you really shouldn't be calling people for longer than 2 minutes ring time anyway. Here in the US, you have to set this, I think it's 15 seconds or higher. We usually recommend 19 seconds or higher. Often 25 or lower, somewhere between 19 and 25 to get between enough time for a customer to get to the phone and not enough time for voicemail or answering machine to trigger. Dial timeout lead container. This was a way of defining the dial timeout based upon lead parameters. So you could say, for instance, if the value of the vendor lead code field is X, then override the dial timeout and make the dial timeout longer. Or if, let's see, first name. Yeah, this is not a very widely used feature either. It's a way of per lead dial timeout customization. So you could call certain leads and let it ring longer than with other leads. That's all. We have dial prefix, we have manual dial prefix, and further down you have three-way dial prefix. We added this for a client in the Orlando area that had a very cheap carrier they used for auto dialing, a much more expensive, higher quality carrier that they used for manual dialing, and the same one they used for three-way calls. This was because they had a lot of, shall we say, quality issues with the cheap carrier. And about 20% of the time, the call would work fine on a manual dial carrier, would not go through on the auto dial carrier. So when they were placing manual dial calls and three-way calls to what were they called? Validation, third-party verification services. They really wanted to make sure they went through, so they would use different carriers for each. So you can use a different dial prefix and configure that. We'll talk about that on day 3, carrier configurations. We have some one client, the huge client I talked about, 1,600 agents. They had over a dozen carriers on their system, mostly out of necessity. They really could not find a single carrier that did not have extremely long-term contracts that would supply them with more than 5,000 lines, concurrent outbound calling lines. So they had to use multiple carriers. So they would use different carriers for different campaigns and, shift them around depending upon what they needed. Omit phone code. This is if you specifically can't or don't want to dial the phone code. That's like the country code of the phone number. Some carriers require it. Some carriers prohibit it. Most of the carriers we work with in the US require it, so it is set to no by default. Campaign caller ID. Okay, this gets confusing because there are a lot of options here. So I will click on the help and we will see the 7 tiers of caller ID priority. At the very top, list caller ID group override is the highest priority. Below that is the list caller ID override, which is different from the caller ID group override. Below that is the CID group entry for the campaign. Below that is ACCID, if that's enabled on the campaign. Below that is the custom caller ID, which is the security phrase field if you want to do per lead caller IDs. Then user custom caller ID, and then campaign CID, which is this one. So this is the one that'll default to. There's also custom caller ID that will use, if you set this to yes, that will use the security phrase field for the lead. You can also have it, let's see, what was the area code for? Set to area code if you have the ability to go into the ACCID. Okay, that's ACCID. CID group is a way of setting up up to thousands of caller ID numbers. You can have them auto rotate. That's one of the features that some of our clients are using now to get around scam caller flags. See, then you have a CID group failover. If a match to the area code is not found in the CID group, you can have it look in the CID group failover, which is kind of a secondary CID group to try to find it. If it doesn't find a match, it's going to use that campaign caller ID. Let's see, campaign CID name. This doesn't work everywhere. It works some places with some carriers, some sending carriers, some customer receiving carriers. On our hosted platform, we use OpenSIPs as a SIP routing engine, and it has the ability to read this SIP carrier flag coming from a ViCiDial system on our hosted platform. We've set it up for several clients to do it as well, so it can outpulse the CID name at the gateway level. So inside of the gateway, ViCiDial will use its normal call tracking CID name, and on the calls outside leg outside of the gateway, it will use whatever you have set here for the CID name. Again, most customer phones do not receive it. Some of them may, depending on who their carrier is, but it's there because sometimes it works. Caller ID name is a mess here in the United States. Let's see, routing extension. This one is where you define if you're going to be doing a survey campaign, you want to use answering machine detection that's built into ViCiDial. You want to do broadcast, text to speech. That's what routing extension is for. Let's see, agent search method override. This can stay disabled. This really doesn't serve much of a purpose. We did add this for our client that operates in India because India has a law about certain campaigns, and at least the way it was explained to me, the telco set up on a physical machine to place outbound calls to people in India from people also in India cannot have outside country phone calls also taking place on it. So they would have multiple ViCiDial servers on a cluster setup. One of them would be defined as the India only dialer, and that way you could have the agent search method set to server only, so it would only route the calls placed on that server to agents that were on that server. It's confusing, but there is a use case for this, so that's why it's there. Campaign recording extension. I can't say I've seen anybody change this in years. It doesn't really need to be changed. There was a purpose 15 years ago where you may want to change that. Not anymore. It's really not worth it. All the calls are eventually recorded in, they're all recorded basically in WAV, and they all get converted to MP3. The reason this was used as something else in the past was to record it native as GSM. That's another algorithm compression, audio algorithm. And GSM has a similar compression ratio to MP3, but GSM was designed for phone calls, and it's more efficient and it's faster than MP3. The codec used in GSM is not as universal as MP3, so you need special codecs or audio players to listen to them, which is why we did not default on it, because technically GSM is a better compression algorithm to use for phone calls than MP3. But MP3 is way more widely known. It is not license encumbered anymore. So it is what won out. So you don't need to bother changing that. Campaign recording. If you want to record phone calls, you need to set this to something other than never. On demand means the agent can start and stop the recording anytime they want. All calls means the system will automatically trigger recording, but the customer can stop it and start it up again if they want. All force means the agent has no control and every call is recorded in its entirety. Campaign rec file name. There are a bunch of variables that can be used to generate a file name. Full date will be, year, month, day, hour, minute, second. Cust phone is customer phone. Agent is the agent ID. Any of the post variables, like post VLC, post status, will actually look up the status of the phone call after the phone call is done and after it's been before it's been processed by the post-call audio analysis process, and it will replace the file name with a file name that has the status that the agent dispositioned the call as. So that's one of the options you can do for the campaign rec file name. Recording delay, if you want to, if all calls or all forces used, this will delay the start of the call recording until X number of seconds has passed. We'll say 10 seconds. Then after 10 seconds, it will start the call. This is a way of generating less phone recordings, basically. It removes all those instant hangups, all of the answering machines, so you don't have a whole ton of less than 10-second audio recordings on your server, your FTP server. Routing initiated recording. This should be on by default. We added this several years ago. It's a way of making sure that the recording starts even on an overloaded system. Before, we would have some problems, usually on overloaded systems, where the recording would start a few seconds into the call instead of right at the beginning. Routing initiated recording starts the recording process before the call gets sent to the agent for auto dial calls. I already talked to you about mute recording. These are the stereo recording options. Not really going to go over those too much. They're complicated, but hopefully they'll be done in about a month. Call notes per call. If you want to have, oh, that's right, it logged me out. Does that at midnight. So you can have notes that exist per phone call. And if you look at the call log, you will see, oh, I guess I haven't made any. Let's just do a quick phone call here. So I will place the call. You see call notes right here. I will hang up the call. And then we will view the call log, and you will see there are the call notes, per call notes I just put in right there. So you can, that's the whole purpose of per call notes. You can also require that something is typed into there, at least 5 characters, 15 characters, 30, before the call can be hung up and dispositioned. Let's see, there's also comments. This is so you can have the comments show up on the dispo screen, on the callback screen. That is this comments right here. QC comments history, that is this link that will show up here if you bring a lead up that has the legacy comments history on it. Hide call log info. That means when an agent is logged in, you can actually have them view the call log, but they can't view the info. They can just see the call log, but not all the details around the lead. Call log view day. This restricts the number of days you can go back in time in your call log. Agent lead search. This is whether it is enabled for manual dial only or live call inbound and manual dial. Agent lead search. This is what group of leads the lead search on the agent screen will be restricted to, whether it's the entire system, just the campaign list, just the active campaign list, just one specific list. Whether you want to restrict it to in-group search list restrict. Let's see what exactly. Yeah, only leads within a specific list for the in-group. You can set up 2 scripts. The whole purpose of a script is to give the agent something to read and follow. You can populate variables in there. Here on this page, you can preview what the script would look like with some variables in it. You can have up to 2 of those. There's a system setting to say whether the second one's enabled or not. Clear script. When you're at the end of a phone call and the script tab is up, it will still show what was on the screen. You can tell it to force clear that at the end of after dispoing the call. That's what clear script does. Let's see, user group script override. If you want to allow the user group setting for the script override for this campaign to be enabled or not. I know it's complicated. It's an override of an override. Let's see, script tab frame location. This is if you want to elongate your script tab. In this case, it's already slightly longer. We had a client that wanted it to be 3,000, so it would be like down here. They wanted a really big script tab. You can do that. It's definable right here. Script tab height override. Let's see, clear form tab. That's the form tab is custom fields. That's this. There are no custom fields in this table. Yeah. That's what we'll say if you click on that when you're on no lead. It's basically the same thing as that clear script tab. This is clear form tab. Get call launch. This is what happens when a call arrives at the agent screen. You can have it pop the script up, and by default it just pops up lead information. You can have it pop up the script, pop up a web form, web form 2. You can have it pop up custom fields. Those are all options. Agent browser call alert. You can't hear this right now, but we have a set of, I think it's 30 or 40 sounds that you can use that play through the browser, not through the phone call, as ways of letting you know. And you could do this per in-group as well. So you could have a different sound set up per in-group as you have set up for a campaign, so you know where the call is coming from. Show confetti. This one was fun. So let's see. Let's go ahead and place. I've got to show you confetti. So we added this for a client that wanted to have a visual, they called it a visual celebration for having made a sale. So the call's going on. I think I have a minimum set on sale, a minimum number of seconds. So we'll go ahead and hang up the call, sale made, and watch the confetti. Look at that. Hooray!
Yes. It's a very 90s themed confetti.
Yeah, it's interesting. So that's show confetti. You can actually define a settings container with confetti settings and have the confetti be bigger, be smaller, be last longer, be more dense, be less dense. If you really want to do that.
Can we make it rain money also?
No, we just have the simple. It's actually it's a very simple JavaScript library that was posted, I think, 15 years ago and then abandoned. So we found a copy of it, and it was released under an open source license. So we were able to include it inside of VGDial. And
Cool.
so we did. It's very lightweight. It's fairly simple. Yeah, there are some pretty complicated ones out there, but they can slow down your web browser. It's yes, you can have it rain money, but you got to pay the cost.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's confetti.
Alright, cool.
Answering machine message. This is if you want to play, you want to choose an audio file to play. That was in the transfer conference, the little VM button. That's what we'll play. You can have this be customized. We have clients that have created very complex text-to-speech functions around this. Like, for instance, when a a call pops up, so an agent gets somebody on the phone, we have a for this client, we have a start call URL that triggers, that generates a text-to-speech message. And it creates an audio file on the dialer. And then when the call is sent to the answering machine message, it will retrieve that audio file and play that custom per phone call audio file. So doing something like that is possible. By default, most clients just have a static pre-recorded message played, but there are options to get a lot more customized functionality beyond that. You can set a limit of the number of voicemail messages you leave per lead per day. before a message is played, the wait for silence function runs on the dialer. In this case, it's going to wait for 2000 milliseconds twice. So it's going to wait 4 seconds after a beep before it starts playing that message. Manual VM status. I don't remember what this one is. Okay, yeah, their backend, the backend process that plays the pre-recorded voicemail message will change the status of the lead. So, what is it? PM for played message, I think. So in some cases, clients do not want the status of the lead changed. So you can disable that. AM message wildcards. You can define wildcards. And remember, we set this up for a car dealership. So if it had the word Ford in the vendor lead code field, it would play a different message than if Chevy was in the vendor lead code field. That's all it does. Can't think of anybody that uses it outside of that one client we wrote it for. AMD type. This is something we've been working on internally for answering machine detection, because the built-in feature or the built-in asterisk answering machine detection really doesn't work that well. There's a company in Brazil called Comp. They have a gateway that does answering machine detection. They're really the only commercial option that exists anymore. Sangoma discontinued theirs. They basically killed it about, what was that, 8 years ago. They stopped selling it. It ran fairly well, but it was finicky and it had limited capacity. Most of our clients will just use the built-in AMD. Like I said, we are working on our own based on LLMs and signal analysis, offering it to hosted clients and premise clients, actually. So it's coming along. We have a few in production right now, but we're still tweaking the model. But AMD is answering machine detection. So this is basically a set of rules for what happens if it's AMD, what happens if it's unknown, if you're using comp, which is really complicated and can have hundreds of possible settings and parameters you need to define because it's really complicated. So you can set a set of comp settings there. Let's see. Transfer conference numbers and DTMFs. These are all they have to do with the transfer conference panel. So you can have some presets per campaign or per in-group for, say, three-way calls or transfers. Let's see, I talked about transfer presets, Tribune Company. Hide transfer number to dial. We added this for a Jamaican cell phone company because they could not trust their level 1 agents to not tell the customers what the phone number they were transferring the call to for level 2 support. Pre-populate transfer preset. It will pre-populate when a phone call arrives at an agent. It will take the preset 1 and it will populate that into number to dial so the agent doesn't have to click on that. Quick transfer button. This is if you want a new separate button to show up. There's nope, it's not enabled. But it will do a couple of different functions at once so that you only need one button press instead of 2. It's a shortcut. Transfer no dispo. This means that the call will, avoid the disposition screen. This is only if you're using like an API to set the disposition. There's another setting further down that does something simple or similar. Let's see, we got all these three-way call settings, most of them based around hang-up detection and recording, either stopping or starting the recording, or exceptions to the stopping or starting of the recording. We have some really complex customer requirements sometimes. Let's see, next, Park Call IVR. This is a way of allowing agents in a non-secured environment to take payment information or sensitive information on a phone call if it is entered directly by the customer while they are parked in an IVR. So the agent has a customer on the phone. They transfer the customer to the Park IVR by clicking on the button. There's a Park IVR button that would show up right below here if it was enabled. While the customer is parked, they are played a message. They are asked to input, for example, a credit card number. And then after they successfully enter that credit card number and it goes into the client's system, they will be transferred back to the customer to finish their order. So it's kind of a PCI compliance feature. We have several clients that have used it. Let's see, timer action.
I think we are going to be using that for one of our clients. It's a bank. So
Yep.
yeah, and we are also trying to acquire the PCI DSS compliance.
Yeah, PCI is complicated.
Yeah.
So many things.
Tell me
You
about
know,
it, man.
so we had a client that went through PCI compliance, and basically there are multiple levels of PCI compliance depending on the kind of volume you do. And there are multiple types of PCI compliance that you can get. The cheapest one is like web domain or web server PCI compliance, which is by far the easiest one to get, because they just auto scan a web page and they tell you, oh, you need to upgrade this package, and then you'll be in compliance, and that's it. And then there's like the credit card processing backend and credit card data storage PCI compliance. And that's if you're over a certain amount of money per day processing. And that requires physical security. So you have to have 3 months of video recordings of the door that goes into your server room. You have to have access logs. You have to have a controlled access system. And that's just for level 1 of the physical security. Level 2, you have to store the credit card data on a separate physical machine from your customer data. Level 3 goes even further than that. They have to analyze, like you have to pay somebody to analyze your code and your database schemas and confirm that they are PCI compliant. And just the level 1 of the physical security, you're looking at $300,000. And you get up to level 3, you're talking $2 million. It's crazy the amount of money. Of course, you only need level 3 if you're processing like $3 million a day in credit card processing. So most companies never even need to think about that. But the client we went through all this with, basically they looked into it and they were doing this to get a contract, and then they realized when one of the PCI compliant consultants was talking to them, it's like, well, all you need is the most basic level of PCI, some basic level of PCI compliance. Just sign up for the web monitoring. It's like $50 a month, and keep one website updated, and then you can get the little seal that comes with it, and then you can say you're PCI compliant. And that's what they ended up doing.
Yeah. I think that's what most of the banks here in Pakistan also do.
Yeah.
They celebrated like they've done a big thing, but yet again, cyber hacks, all data leaked, credit card
Yep.
information leaked. I mean, you just got PCI compliance, man. Week after you hacked, cyber attacks, data leakage. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, I mean, the PCI compliance people are selling something, and
yeah.
that's it's not about security, it's about selling the idea of security.
Yeah.
So anyway, yes, the um, we have helped several clients do various PCI compliant things over the last 20 years, and most of them are a joke. We have a client right now going through, it's called High Trust.
Mhm.
They deal in medical data, and they have to go through an audit every year, and it costs them, it's about $60,000 a year to get High Trust certified. And I would say 25-30% of it is completely useless. And it's what they
Mhm.
end up spending 90% of their time doing during these audits is the 25 to 30% of useless stuff. Like that has nothing to do with security. It's all just busy work for paper pushers. And the other 75% of it, yeah, it's sound security policy, but so much of the time is just it's filling out forms.
Exactly.
And
I mean,
yeah,
that's what we're experiencing also. It's just forms and forms
paperwork.
and data and documents.
Yep. And it's talking about things that don't even apply. That's the worst part. It's like they've got this one size fits all security, and then, well, how are you mitigating for this? Well, we don't do this. Well, you still have to write how you're mitigating it. We don't do it. Well, that's not a good answer. If you had to do it, you need to write down what you would do. And I'm serious. They tell our client to do that, and it's ridiculous. Anyway,
Yeah.
enough complaining. Um, Timer action. This is a way of triggering one of these events to happen X number of seconds after the call is connected to the agent. This is a way we started this by, let's see, what is it? The message only, like phone call too long. And then the seconds was set to like 1,000 seconds. So they wanted, if the agent was on the phone for more than, I think it was like 14 minutes, then they would get a message pop up saying they'd been on the phone too long. That was the whole purpose of first creating the timer action. But it has the ability to do other things. You can transfer the call to a call menu. You can hang up. You can open a web form. There are various things you could have the system automatically, the agent screen automatically do. Oh, scheduled callbacks. You remember I said there were a lot of options. There are a lot of options. These are all related to scheduled callbacks. So you can change the scheduled callbacks alert that shows up here. You see it is red and blinking.
Mhm.
You can have it, see this is set to red blink defer, which is what you click on it and then it will stop blinking until the next call. You can have it blink only. You can have it be red only. You can have it not be either of those. Um, Let's see, send callbacks email. This needs to be configured. You have to set up a settings container. You have to make sure that your server has the ability to send these emails, but there is a way to have the system send out emails to agents when the callback triggers. We don't recommend setting this up by default. We once had a client, they have since changed their business policies. They would set up 20,000 callbacks a day. And it got to be problematic when they decided to turn on send callback emails. 20,000 emails a day. So be careful with that one. Scheduled callbacks count. This will define whether you're only showing the ones that have been triggered in your count on the screen, or if you're showing all active ones as well. Let's see. I probably need to skip through. Most of these are pretty self-explanatory. You can filter the callbacks from a DNC filter. Let's see. You can have the system automatically move a user-only callback to be an anyone callback if it hasn't been called back within X number of minutes after it has been triggered. Let's see. Scheduled callback force style. This is in conjunction with the next dial my callbacks that we talked about earlier. We also have this lovely feature we did for our big multinational client. They had agents in South Africa that were calling customers in the 5 time zones of Australia. So they needed a way to define which time zone, which customer time zone the callback was going to be put in. So typically callbacks exist on server time, so whatever time your dialer is native, but you have the ability to, as an agent, or allow the agents to set the time zone that they want to use for the callback instead. There's also a feature to auto reschedule callbacks. Like, for example, an agent will set a callback for a Saturday even though they're not there on Saturday, and this feature can auto reschedule the callback. Let's see, drop call seconds. This needs to be set to a low number, and then you can have it drop to either a hang up, play an audio message and hang up, send to a voicemail box, wouldn't recommend that, send to a call menu. Here in the United States, if you have your call dropped, you're legally, for a sales call, supposed to send the call to an IVR that can offer the customer an opt-out on future phone calls. That's easily done through a call menu. A safe harbor extension. This is related to drop calls if you're just going to play a message. Let's see, drop transfer group. You can drop, if you have this set to in-group, it will drop to this in-group, and then it can be handled by an inbound call. Okay, we recently, I think, was it last year? Maybe the year before. You can have the agent screen hang up customer button do something other than hang up the customer. That's what this is. So you can have it transfer the call to a call menu instead. We have used this with clients that have carriers that have problems with short duration calls. So this way, when the customer or when the agent clicks hang up, they can send the call to, for instance, a call menu that will wait 7 seconds in silence and then hang up the phone call, thus reducing the number of short duration calls on the carrier and saving. It's usually fines, actually. They charge fees if your rate is too high, some of these carriers. That's the purpose of that. It's also a way of sending customers to a post-call survey. We recently had a client set that up as well. Let's see. Hide customer hang-up button. You don't want to do this unless you're using the API for everything. Disable dispo stream. Same thing. Don't want to do this unless you're using the API for all that stuff. Script on top of dispo. Oh, I seem to remember that has something to do with having the, yeah. If you're using an iframe in your script, sending statuses through the API, you may want to use this feature to cover the disposition screen with the script tab after a call is hung up. Yeah. Wrap up seconds. This is forced downtime, forced waiting time after an agent has dispositioned a call before they're able to handle another call. It's a way of giving them a break. 10-second, even a 10-second wrap-up time before they have to jump on their next phone call. We have several clients that have set that up. Okay, dead call. A dead call. There are several settings for dead calls. Dead call is when the agent is in the talking screen and the customer has hung up. So they still have the lead information up on their screen, but there is no customer there. So you can, for instance, here, after 10 seconds in dead time, you can trigger an audio message. In this case, it is a buzz. And you can have that repeat every 10 seconds until they click hang up customer and disposition the call. You could also trigger a URL if you want, or you could do both of those things. Now, here is one of the places you could use send dispo, send email. In this case, we have set this up before to send emails to call center managers whenever the agent is in a dead time over 60 seconds. So in that case, I think we had one example. They had it set to 60 seconds and one manager got 100 emails just from one agent because they spent most of the day in dead time. And they didn't bother checking their email until the end of the day. That was fun. Yeah, we have lots of stories like that. So, dead call max seconds, you can say, this is disabled, but you can have this set to 100. After you've been in dead call for 100 seconds, it'll automatically hang up the call, dispo the call, and pause the agent. You can have it stop the call as soon as it goes into dead call. And then we've got dispo call max seconds. This is if you're in the disposition screen for, in this case, 12 minutes. And you can have it automatically dispo the call and pause the agent so that you're not just sitting waiting for a dispo to show up. Agent pause max seconds. This is a way of not allowing agents to just sit on pause all day. This will log the agent out with a special pause code. And you can also do things like send an email to a manager if this happens, if they're paused for too long. And you can have exceptions for pause codes. So it does not trigger the pause max seconds if you are in a specific pause code. And on the other side of things, if the agent is ready and they're ready for too long, in this case, this was agents waiting for inbound calls when they were an inbound man. They should have been placing more manual dial phone calls. And you can also force the agent to ready instead of having them sitting and waiting. Say customer gone, warning, that's a max logged in agents. This prevents an agent from being able to log in if this campaign has over X number of agents.
Matt,
Yes.
would you like to take a break? It's 2 hours, 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to call it a day pretty soon.
All right, okay then.
I just wanted to get a little I'm okay going to 2:30.
Okay.
See
We
how
can
much
go
further
to zero. Yeah,
see if we can
no worries.
sprint through the rest of this.
Yeah, because I was looking at your time too. Maybe he needs a break also.
Yeah, I'm almost at the end of my day here at
Yeah.
2:13. I did have 2 naps today, so that helps.
All right.
SIP event actions. This is a way of getting around false answer signals, actually. We used this on that big 1600 agent system. SIP event action, it's analyzing the SIP messages that come in on phone calls that are placed outbound. And if the call receives an answer signal too quickly, um, it could log the call as a false answer signal and automatically disposition it, even though it was a manual dial call. It could also do some things on the back end for auto dial calls as well. But we spent several months actually developing this, and they ended up getting some pretty good efficiencies out of it once we finally got it all tuned and working. So, when you're placing 9 to 10 million, 8 to 10 million phone calls a day, every little bit adds up. So that's what they did with that. For DNC lists, you've got several options here with the DNC list. You can have you got a system-wide DNC list, and you've got your campaign-specific DNC list. And you can share a campaign DNC list across multiple campaigns. So you can have these set up individually. The area code option, which is actually allows you to prohibit calling an entire area code. We did that for a client that was calling. Oh, I can't remember. It was some Caribbean area code, so it was straight 10-digit dialing from here in the U.S. But they were paying like $4 a minute. So you can block entire area codes using the DNC list as well. What we recently helped actually a few clients set up was shared DNC lists, where they're able to have like 3 campaigns that all use one campaign's DNC list. So they are able to remove phone numbers from a campaign DNC list if they're actually they're QCing DNCs. So they're able to remove them, but only for groups of campaigns that they're using. So that's one of the ways you can do that with DNC lists. And DNC is actually a flag in statuses. We haven't gone over statuses, but you can see DNC right here. So you can have multiple DNC statuses active in your campaign or your system at once, and it will add them to the internal or the campaign DNC list if you have those enabled. Agent pause codes. Let's see, these are pause codes. Enter a pause code. Take a break. It's just a way of logging what the agent's doing while they're on pause. Auto pause pre-call work. It's only if you have that stuff enabled. Most clients don't use pause codes. Let's see. We already talked about disable customer data, disable customer phone alterations. Allow no hopper lead logins. If you're doing hot leads or you're doing inbound man, you might want to enable this so that agents can log in even if there are no leads in the dial hopper. No hopper dialing. You only want to use this on smaller, lower volume campaigns because I mentioned the efficiency and the speed and everything that you get out of using the dial hopper. This basically removes that. It's only for manual dial campaigns or inbound man campaigns. So you don't want to have more than, I don't know, is it 60,000 leads in the lists of the campaign if you're going to be no hopper dialing. We have several clients that use this for various reasons. Usually they're doing some kind of owner only dialing, which you'll see further down. Well, that's right here. Owner only dialing. If you're doing dialing by territory or user group, that would be an example of why you want to do that with manual dialing. Owner populate can go hand in hand with owner only dialing. Basically, if you're manual dialing and you have owner populate set and the owner is blank, the owner field of the lead is blank, it'll populate that with the user so that they will get them the next time after it's been reset. Agent select territories. Already went over that. Users. Display dialable leads. This is the little counter that show up here. Dialable leads. We added this for a client whose managers never looked at the real-time screen so that, and I'm quoting here, the agents can yell at the managers to reset the list. They wanted that on purpose, so that's why it's there. It is optional. It is off by default. You can set different screen labels for title, first name, last name. You can do this per campaign or by default in the system. Most of these are the default settings. Some of them have been overridden at the system level. Allow required fields. This gets a bit complicated because it removes your ability to hang up until you fill in a field that is required. This goes hand in hand with agent screen labels because that's where you define there it is. You can define them as being required here, in the screen label. Let's see, status display in group. This is status, and that's whether on an inbound call it's going to display the in group in that status bar. Status display fields. This is the combination of customer name, caller ID, lead ID, list ID, and combinations of those that will be displayed along here on the status bar of the VChannel agent screen. You can also have the state banners. You've seen some of those show up as I've gone through phone calls. They have a different color and a different name to go with the state. It was done for a utility company of ours, client. Agent display fields. Some of the fields that don't show up in the agent screen, you can have, let's see, we've got source ID, date of birth, rank and owner. You can have those show up as non-editable fields. Let's see, agent screen time display. That will show you agent time. You can see what your stats are for the current day. It'll show the agent what their stats are for the current day. Let's see, display queue count. Let's see, we've got out waiting and in waiting. You can customize these to be combinations of in groups and campaigns. The calls that are waiting for each. That's what calls in queue count display 1 and 2 or 4. Agent view calls in queue. That is, let's see, this part show calls in queue. And you'll see nothing there because nothing's waiting. These settings all have to do with that, what's displayed there. You also have the ability to actually grab calls out of queue, specific calls. You can do that. That goes together with the requeue button. So you can kind of act as an operator and put people on hold and basically requeue them. The auto agent pause after each call option is here because anybody doing this frequently is going to need to pause after every call. And then there's another alternate to pause after next call. There's a little link. See, next call pause right here. So you don't have to click on that little checkbox in the dispo screen. This will automatically trigger that for you. Manual dial. Look at all the manual dial settings. So we've got all of these are manual dial settings. Look at that. Manual dial override says override the user settings for manual dial. You can do that for only one campaign if you want. Manual dial override field. That is completely different from the manual dial override. It's really the manual dial override field, and you'll see that here when you click manual dial. This is the dial override field that it's talking about. You can have that disappear. It's enabled by default. Dial override, it's a way of like dialing an internal system extension. There are purposes for that. Most systems really don't need that, but there it is. Manual dial list ID, this is if it has to create, if it doesn't find an existing lead, it will create a lead in this list ID. Manual dial filter, we went over this in user settings. This is the ability to restrict what is dialed based upon these filters. Preview and skip. Allows you to preview the lead before dialing it, potentially skip it. Manual dial search checkbox. That's if you want to search for existing leads when you're putting in a phone number. You can have it search within the alternate phone number, within only the campaign lists, with only the active lists. Address 3 is also a secondary alternate phone number field. Manual dial by lead ID, we talked about that. User settings. Let's see, call time check, if you want to check if the phone number is within the campaign's call time settings. Manual dial validation. This requires you to basically give a confirmation. It's the human call, human interaction, legal thing all over again. That's what the manual dial validation is for. So if you don't worry about that, you won't need this feature. Manual dial API is a way of allowing a queue to build up to send API calls to an agent screen and allow multiple leads to stack up in an API, a manual dial API queue. This is just what, if you want to override the caller ID number that's going out, but only for manual dial calls, you can do that here. Let's see, we've got these 4 manual dial kind of thresholds based around dialing and ring seconds and attempt seconds and answer seconds. This is what prevents you from clicking hang up customer until after 7 seconds, which is what I've been showing in every example call that I've been placing. This is also an attempt to make agents more efficient in their dialing, not allowing the ring attempt seconds to be less than 20 seconds. We created this for a local client here in Florida. It uses SIP events. You have to have SIP event logging on to be able to use these features. So the next one here, phone post time difference alert. This deals with a quirk of time zones here. For example, one of our clients, a utility client, here in Florida, I'd say about, last time I looked, 15% to 20% of the people here in Florida have phone numbers, cell phone numbers that are from other states. So that's a bit problematic when you're generating the time zone based upon the area code of the phone number. So being a utility customer, they have very reliable addresses for their customers. So they wanted an alert to pop up when calling a phone number that was outside of the time zone, the local call time, for the time zone of the phone number area code as compared to the zip code tied to the lead. So that is the whole purpose of this feature, is to show a warning when you're outside one or both of the time zone for the local call time. When there's a difference, say you have a California phone number and a Florida address. See, if you place the phone call at 8 a.m., you're within the time zone calling for Florida, but it is 5 a.m. in California. So that's why it would show that when you're in the preview, because they were doing manual dial preview dialing in that campaign. So then they could choose to skip the phone number, skip the lead, and dial a different one later, or dial it at a different time. In-group manual dial. This one's a bit confusing. We did this for a client in Finland that was keeping they were a, I don't know how to describe it, an outsourced customer service company. And they had to call back some clients, and they did all their time tracking based upon in-groups. So they would handle 50 different companies within the same campaign. But they had to track the phone calls that they were placing outbound the way that VinciDial operated before this feature was every outbound call would be tied with the campaign ID, and they needed it to be separated based upon what client they were calling from. So we added in-group manual dial, which lets you place an outbound phone call and have it logged as an inbound phone call. Let's see. Manual auto next. That's if you want to force placing the next manual dial phone call automatically. You can also force alt number dialing if there are any alt numbers that are defined for the lead. And set the number of seconds. Let's see. Agent screen clipboard copy. I don't think this works anymore on any modern web browser. It only worked with the old Microsoft Internet Explorer. We had a very old banking client, believe it or not, that used this to copy account numbers to the clipboard after a customer would enter them in an IVR. And that's like the computer clipboard, which no modern web browser allows access to. Well, Microsoft Internet Explorer allowed it, so that's why this feature existed. Last I knew, they were still operating on Windows 98, so that this feature would still work for them. That's bank safety right there.
And this is in recent times.
5 years ago, yes.
Wow.
Yes.
US.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Deregulated banking. It was, geez, where were they? Alabama. So,
Wow.
yeah, I mean, it's amazing and scary. And scary. Yeah, no, they were using a terminal-based system, like, a
Huh.
mainframe. Yeah. And Windows 98 machines, and they would take in, the customer would enter an account number over their phone, and it would copy it to the clipboard, and then all the agent had to do was right-click to paste it into the terminal. So that's what they did. I mean, they had like, 12-digit account numbers, so it saved them time, but there supposedly is a way with Firefox, an older version, newer than Internet Explorer. There supposedly is a way to re-enable the agent screen, the clipboard copy paste interaction with the browser. I could never get it to work. I tried following the instructions. It's changing a bunch of registry entries in Windows, but
One
yeah,
of
no,
those.
they were still using Windows 98 and Microsoft Internet Explorer. I think it was 5, and this terminal application. Pretty crazy. Let's see. QM, we don't really deal with Qmetrics anymore. That's what QM is for. We stopped supporting them a few years ago after they basically changed their whole program and started charging a lot more money for it. We lost our last clients that used Qmetrics. It's a statistical reporting platform. And then a client who was using them paid us to develop Verm. So that's where Verm came from, the VinciDial enhanced reporting module. We'll go over that tomorrow. That was a replacement for QM. Real quick, PLLB is phone login load balancing. If you have phone aliases set up, if you're using like the Vici phone, WebRTC phone, this is a way of making sure that the agents logging into this campaign are clustered together so that dialing is more efficient instead of having them spread out across a wide multi-server cluster. The problem here, the reason this was created, we had a client that had, for illustrative purposes, they had 5 dialers, they had, how many was that? About 100 agents, and 80 of the agents were on one campaign, 15 of the agents were on another campaign, and 5 agents were on the third campaign. The problem was the third campaign would often see agents, one agent on each dialer. And the way that the predictive algorithm and the multi-line dialing algorithm works is it does it per dialer. So having them spread out across like that would mean they could only dial in whole numbers. So 1.5 lines per agent, it was just 1 line per agent. Until they got up to 2 lines per agent, they couldn't dial fractionally unless they were all in the same dialer. So that's why we have PLLB grouping that allows them to all group together on a single dialer for the dialing to be more efficient. So now that involves phone aliases. We haven't talked about that yet. That is, for instance, we have a client with 26 dialers on their cluster. So every phone has one entry on one of those dialers. So they have a phone alias with 26 phone entries across each of the 26 dialers. When the agent logs into the phone alias, they get put on the dialer with the least number of agents on it. So, but that client has 2 campaigns, and one of them has 200 agents, and the other one has 250 agents. So phone login load balancing really isn't an issue for them. But it exists for people that have large and small campaigns on multi-server clusters. CRM pop-up login, that's if you want a separate outside URL to show to automatically open up when an agent logs into a vChannel campaign. Let's see, we already talked about these. Start call URL, dispo call URL. No agent URL is when an autodial call is not sent to an agent. So it can never have start call URL or dispo call URL because there's no answer. So you can still send data to an outside system if the call terminates before it's ever sent to an agent. See, extension append CID. This is if you're using the external system. What the heck? We haven't set that up in 3 or 4 years now. ORECX. ORECX. It is a agent screen recording application, and it has to work. Basically, extension append CID is a way of tracking which agent phone calls go to, because they also log the audio through the data stream, the network data stream of each dialer. And they tie that together with the video stream coming off of the application that you have to load on every agent workstation. So it's a way of them synchronizing the audio with the video of the screen recording. So that's what extension append CID does. We don't have any kind of screen recording application, so we always refer people to ORECX if they need that. Very few clients need that, but it's there. It's a third-party software. Then there's this confusing feature, blind monitor warning, because we had a client that wanted their agents to be notified when they were being blind monitored. It's not really blind monitoring anymore, but there you go. So you could have it play an audio message, a warning. You could also have it show a notice on the agent screen that somebody is monitoring them. So there you go. There are custom variables for campaigns. These are like the user custom variables. They could show up in the scripts or in the URL. Max inbound calls and what happens if you hit max inbound calls. You can still allow agent direct. You can allow inbound man agents to pause even though they can't take any more inbound calls, or you could do both. That's another insurance feature we added for insurance clients. Maximum inbound calls. You have allowed inbound groups here. These are the calls that agents are able to take from in-groups. You can select, well, then we've got the transfers here, and you can select which of these you want to be the default to show up on the transfer conference panel. You can say, let's see, the validation will check and see if there are any agents that are logged in that are allowed to take calls to that in-group before you're allowed to transfer to it. That's what this is for, agent transfer in-group validation. The sort order is the order in which the transfer in-groups will show up on the agent screen. And here's a list of the allowed transfer groups. And that is it for the options of a campaign. We haven't gone into the tabs yet, but you've got the list within this campaign. You can change active or inactive. Let's see. And then you've got statuses within the active list for this campaign. Penetration, this is where that called count target comes from, or comes in, penetration. If you have hit the number, 3 call attempts, it will show that lead calculate that lead as penetrated in this list. Let's see, it'll show you how many leads can be dialed in the lists, how many are in the hopper. You can click to view the hopper. This shows you the order. You can actually click to go to the lead. Show you the time zones, when it was last called, the source, whether it was loaded in to the hopper by the regular process, by lead recycling, by the API. There's several potential sources. And there's the ability to place a test outbound call. This is very useful with survey campaigns especially. So you can hear what a customer would hear without actually having to load a list or load test leads or any of that. You can log all agents out of a campaign, kick them all out. It does require confirmation that you really want to do it. You have to click a second time. Same thing for delete this campaign. I'm not going to do that. And then there's the option to see debug, campaign debug report. A lot of this is very confusing. This is stuff that I use when trying to figure out why a customer says something isn't working. This is where you can very easily see things like inbound call queue no dial. It'll show up with exclamation points in all caps. So this is one of the admin utilities actually, and for level 9 users, it's linked directly from the bottom of the campaign detail page. Any questions before we call it a night?
No, not yet. I might have to go through the recording once, because it is quite a lot of information to take in
Yeah.
and make sense. So I think some of the questions I might have, you might already have gone through it. So I refer to the video first and then maybe ask proper questions.
Okay. Well, We will pick up again tomorrow at 9, and we will start off with these kind of subsections of campaigns. And then we will go into lists and in groups and on and on and on until we are done with the agent or the admin
Sounds
web
good.
screens. Okay.
Matt, I have a request if it would be possible. One, do we have some sort of curriculum that we can look into maybe after the training? Maybe we can make some notes or check off a few things from there, refer back to it. Second is, would it be okay if we can do this training on Google Meets, because it has the same functionality as GoToMeet, but there we can use transcription. So that's really nice. Maybe it could help us in one way or the other.
Um, I don't know how to. We only use GoTo.
I can create the meeting link for you if you want.
Okay, as long as you don't care about it recording, I can't.
It records and it takes makes notes and does the transcription and everything, and maybe I can share that with you also for your reference.
Okay, go ahead
Yeah.
and just send me an email. We'll go ahead and
All
use
right.
that. Hopefully,
Thank
I won't
you.
have any issues with that.
No, you won't. You won't. Hopefully not. We can try it. We can try it, and then if we do, we can just revert back to this link.
Okay. As for curriculum, basically, we're just going through the manager manual. I
Okay.
mean, that's really there. There's a little. I'm adding some context, but we're just going
Mm,
through the manual. There's a lot in there, and
mm,
we're
mm.
really just covering each field. Day 3 is different. We actually have a full admin workbook that we go through,
Okay.
and we modify it as we go through the training. We add things, we add notes. While I'm doing the training, I actually have it open. I have the document open. And then at the end of training, I upload that and you're able to download. You'll get, both of you will get a login that lasts for 2 years for the agent manual, the manager manual, and the admin workbook. And so you can
All right.
download updates for 2 years of other, the other past, or the, I should say, the future admin workbooks
Uh-huh.
and all of the agent and manager manuals that are yet to come for the next 2 years. You'll have access to those. So, but the admin workbook goes through things like scaling and troubleshooting and versions of Asterisk, and it has more details on like the AGI scripts, the Perl scripts. It's got some notes on what it was like when we actually taught people how to manually install ViCiDial. It was a mess.
Mm-hmm.
We just
Mm-hmm.
use ViCiBox
Wishy-washy. Yeah.
because we used to spend a whole day doing a manual ViCiDial install.
Wow.
Um, Back when training, admin training itself used to be 2 days. Now it's only one
Mm.
because James does a full ViCiBox cluster install in less than an hour. So,
Wow.
and you really don't have to, I mean, you fill out a few blanks and the rest of it's automated.
Mm.
It saves so much time. So, yeah, you'll see what the workbook looks like as I'm going through it on day 3 at the beginning, and then we will make notes as we go along. And there's a section on WebRTC that Mike is going to go over, and there's a section on helper applications like Homer and SmokePing and things like that that you're probably going to be interested in if you're not using anything like that currently. It really
Mm-hmm.
helps when managing, hundreds of machines in a cluster that does ViCi Um,
Mm-hmm.
so you'll get a copy of that as well.
Perfect. Sounds good to me. And my other question was, okay. Um, do we also get a certificate at the end of this?
Yeah, I already replied to. Um,
Alfred.
yeah, we do a certification letter. It's basically, it says you have completed the following courses, and it's ViCiDAO manager training and ViCiDAO admin training. It's not it's not like on certificate paper. It's just a PDF, but it's on our
Oh,
letterhead, and it's
okay.
got my name on it, and it says if you have any questions about this certification, send an email to me. So that's what we got. That's what we've been sending out recently. At the very beginning, we did certificates, but since we started doing this remotely, it kind of seemed silly to send a certificate. So
Mm,
we did it in the form of a letter, and that seems to work out better.
right. So I understand now. So does it also work out like as in how should I put it? A digital badge or certificate that one could upload to LinkedIn or something of that sort?
We do have a was it ViCiDAO certified professional? I'll have to see if I can find where that is.
Uh-huh.
But yeah,
Okay.
it's like a little logo that you could use if you
Mm.
want to. Yeah,
All right. Cool. Thanks, Matt. Quite
you're welcome.
comprehensive. Looking forward to the next 2 days.
Me too. Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Thank you. Yes.
Thanks. Have a good day.
You too.
You too. Good night.
Good night. Troubleshooting the WebRTC in the database and our grading. And at the arrived actually means the newer leads will be okay. A lot of like enable first web form. Second one, this button to show up. There's a nope, it's not a name. Already went. Agents to pause. Spend a whole day doing a manual ViCiDAO install.
Wow.
Um, Back when admin training itself used to be 2 days. Now it's only one
Mm.
because James does a full ViCiBox cluster install in less than an hour. So,
Wow.
and you really don't have to, I mean, you fill out a few blanks and welcome.
Comprehensive.
Welcome.
Looking forward to the next 2 days.
Me too. Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Thank you. Yes.
Thanks. Have a good day.
You too.
You too. Good night.
Good night.
Hello. Hello. Thank you. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? So this is okay. Hello. 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 So thank Q. This is recording. So this is what